kids from that. So
Yeah.
it's super important. And now Marg's not doing too well as far as health goes, and I sure hope we turn this corner quickly. Because it's spring, and it's the nicest spring we've had in a long time.
Yeah.
I'll just point out all the trees got hammered last year. There were no blossoms. They were all
Yeah.
killed in a hailstorm. So
Yeah. That was wild.
I don't see like a lineup of individuals here ready to go on stage. There's Kenneth. I'm going to go drag him up here.
All right. So should we get started then? Yeah. Watch you guys. Hey, where's my spotlight? Oh, there we go. Oh, white, white. White, white, Alia tawa achp, chuchwinuchp. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's gathering.
Oh. Ma quilil kuch skokalut mintem apenhennis. While you are getting organized for the morning meal, the treaty team breakfast presentation will begin soon. Chuchmindlem de NStQ pien de Squentwin. Elk stoel, miaus, elkstens NStQ. Amel chuchmindem kuch de Squentwin stielen. Ma qeel qoltes ke slachaiums kuch. Ma wiekt apenhannes is elks de treaty.
The NStQ Treaty Team would like to welcome you to this morning's special presentation. The journey that members have been on during the treaty process has lasted much longer than anyone anticipated. And this morning, we are very happy to host this breakfast with some exciting news about the future of the process and the road to its conclusion.
Ma chuchmintum and the Hutton means a NSTQ at NSTC Hank Adams Sr.
Please welcome. I'll just say that Hank Adams Sr. is not with us this morning. He's ill today, so he's not able to join us. So I'm going to call upon
Ken. Okay.
the NSXFN Treaty Manager, Hank Adams Jr., to fill in first place if you wouldn't mind coming up to the stage. That's you.
Ma chuchmintum Hank Adams Jr. Quentin Elia. So while we're waiting this morning, I just wanted to say, excuse me, I learned something this morning already. So everybody knows the traditional greeting is Chuchwinuk. Chuchwinuk. It's like you have survived the night. And so this morning, from David Sampson, I learned that the response is Chwentwinimk. Chwentwinimk. So, Secwepemcstin is continuous learning. So, whatever stage you're at, keep going. You will learn. Okay, you ready? Okay, Matt.
Oh, you can pass it off to me too whenever.
Okay. Matt Chuchmintum, Hank Adams Jr.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Oh, we got her.
Wait, good morning, everybody. Good to see everybody. Positive environment, everybody's looking well. Hopefully you had a great night with all the music and everything. And I just in place here for Hank Adams Sr. since he's not feeling well today. So I've been asked to come up here, and I just want to make sure everybody's all good this morning, had your breakfast, ready for today's presentations. And I would just like to call up our Chief Negotiator, Kenneth Bateman.
There's Elizabeth heading back there. Okay. The brown jacket. Okay, good. Great, thank you.
Got me up here too?
Yeah.
Well, good morning, everyone. If I can do a call out from the crowd, Elizabeth Pete. I think she's ignoring me. Can you come on up? Well, we are very happy to host the breakfast this morning, the treaty team. And we wanted to share with you just some further approaches and development that we're thinking. We'd like you to be aware of it. We'd like you to be part of it. So let me just share with you where we're headed. We are in the last phase of the treaty process, and we anticipate that we are within 3 years of completing everything. This last stage is called Stage 5, and it's where we get really serious about the details. The treaty team only takes steps that are supported by you. What we want to do is make sure we're checking in with the communities on a more regular basis to let you know what's happening, but really importantly, to hear, what do you think? Are we getting it right? Are we hearing what you're saying? And are we accomplishing it in ways that make good sense? You and us together are part of history. We are developing together with you a treaty that will last for hundreds of years. It's the agreement that should have been in place when there was first contact. For different reasons, and I think actually for good purpose, that didn't happen 200 years ago. It's happening now. And you are the ones who are going to help us do the careful thinking to get it right so that your children, your grandchildren, and 7 generations and many more generations to come will have the right building block so that they have a future. They have education, they have health, they have opportunities. They and their families and their communities will participate in resource development and receive fair benefits. That's what the treaty is all about. In getting to know you better and hearing more from you, one of the things that we need to address is, how will things be governed? What will the government look like? I spoke briefly about that yesterday. We need to get together and have that conversation. There has been some thinking and some planning that we received from you some years ago. Lots of things have changed, and we want to check in and say, is that still the best approach? Or with things we're learning, do we want to adjust that a little bit? We're not going to make any changes unless you instruct us to do that. But we do want to look at the governance model and say, are there some changes? And we think that maybe there are some that everybody will agree will be even better than what the thinking was 5-10 years ago. But as I said, we're not going to make any of those changes unless you decide that that's what you want to do. Lorraine Wycott is leading the governance area and the thinking and the dialogue, the research and that type of thing. I'm going to invite her just to share for just a minute kind of what she thinks about how we want to have a conversation together. And then I'll explain a little bit more about how we would like to get together as a big group and celebrate, share some food, some stories, lots of friendship, but then also to talk a little bit more about details. But I'm just going to invite Lorraine, just in a very informal, nothing's planned, just to share a little bit about what her role is and how she's moving forward with her ideas of all working together.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lorraine Wycott. I'm the Self-Government Transition Coordinator at the Northern Secwepemc Tribal Council. So my focus right now is on the Constitution TRM. We're working on Constitution development for the communities. But first, we have to figure out which governance model we're going to use. So a big part of my job is working with the treaty team, setting up meetings with Manuth to get a better idea of what their governance model looks like, and then bring it back to the communities and present it to communities along with the shared governance model to see which direction the communities want to go so that we can get started on our own constitution development. So that's where my focus has been right now, and I think that's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Lorraine. One of the ways that we have decided that we feel like we should gather together is by reviving what some of you might remember were Working Groups Unite gatherings. And those were opportunities to gather everyone together and to talk about the really important issues, to share thoughts and ideas, and also to give direction. And as we look at where we are and how important these decisions are, the treaty team is proposing that we revive the Working Groups Unite meetings. Do some of you remember those? Were you part of some of those? I see some heads and some hands going up, so that's great. I'm going to invite Gord just to come and introduce himself and just briefly explain about what our approach, our planned approach is with Working Groups Unite. Gord?
So with the Working Groups Unite, as some of you know from the past, we had them on various topics that we bring all the 4 communities together and stuff and have that topic discussed, whether it's through World Cafes or little round tables and stuff. And at times, actually at all times, we want to get direction from the members present and stuff on their approach. So going forward here, our first one after numbers of years of COVID and stuff, we want to focus on governance. So as Lorraine was talking about, we need to look at the governance structure again, reaffirm the structures that were going on so that we can carry on with the development of the Constitution, because without that structure in place, the Constitution is kind of at a standstill, because we need to know what sort of government we're going to have. Because again, you as the members, future citizens of the NStQ, will have to provide us with direction. People develop constitutions and governance, not oligarchies or people in power. So this is driven by the people and the members. So again, this is why we're having it, and I believe we're looking at early August or something like that with some sort of barbecue celebration and moving into having a good discussion around our future approaches. Other approaches, we'll be talking other major issues and stuff like finances and fiscal stuff. But again, this is the first one to launch things off. Then we probably, actually, I think as a team, we were looking at lands as the next one. But anyway, I'll leave it there and for another speaker.
So what Gord is sharing with you is that by starting the Working Groups Unite, there are two purposes. One is to gather together and celebrate culture and language, which is a really important thing that we all share in common, and then to talk about the things that are really important. The form of governance and the Constitution, that'll be the document that explains it all, is where we think we should begin. And in July, we're inviting all of the communities to gather together for a big barbecue together. Celebrate culture and connect as friends and families, and then to have a conversation and some activities that will help us think more about what is the right governance model, meaning what's the right kind of government, leaders, and organization you'd like to see. I'd like to invite Hank Jr. To come up and just talk a little bit about why culture is important as everyone gathers together. Hank is passionate about community, listening to people, and really strengthening culture.
Hello again. I've been up here quite a few times, so my confidence is boosting a little bit now, so you'll see me again this afternoon. So just, again, grateful that you guys are here. Really appreciate your time to be able to come together. I think of this Working Groups Unite, this is what it's all about. It's a community-driven process for us, and we want to hear from you. You guys are the professionals in our communities on what is best for our community and our future generations. So I want to be able to come out there and learn from you and the culture, the language. All those pieces are such big things that need to be in this agreement. When you look at this agreement, you need to see yourself in there. You need to see Secwepemc. You need to see Secwepemcstin within this agreement. So that's why it's so important, the culture, the language, the ability to gather, because we're all interconnected. We're connected within each other and our families and everybody else, and we all have that same interest. Like I said yesterday, it's about our future generations and that they have those things. They have that strong culture, that strong language within themselves, and it is there, and we just have to be able to put that on the forefront and make sure those things are the basis, the structure, the foundation of this agreement in order to grow from there and make sure that that is a big part of it. So just grateful to be here, grateful that we'll be able to connect again with the Working Groups Unite and get those meetings going again. It's not really new. We've done this before, so I'd be grateful to see each and one of you a part of that within our communities. Hopefully we'll be able to host more land tours out in the territories too, to be able to be connected as well within that. But again, I appreciate your time, your patience with us, and everything else. And at the end of the day, this agreement is your agreement. I know we're up here and we're the face and we're at the table, but at the end of the day, it's about you guys and what you want to see in your agreement. So, NStQ to all of you. Thank you.
Well, not only do we want those who are here to be part of this conversation and decision making, but we want youth to be part of it. Right now, a youth who is 16 years old will be able to vote as to whether or not they support treaty. If we are 3 years away, that means that a young man or young girl who is 13 years old now will have the opportunity to vote. We want them to be part of the conversation. I think we all know, through our grandchildren especially, that their world is different. Their use of technology and what's confusing to us is so simple for them. And so they live in a world that is partly shared with us and is partly very new to us. I'm going to invite Elizabeth, who talks often about the importance of involving youth and some thinking and ideas of how is it that we can engage youth who are 13 and up for sure, and even younger, in the treaty process, and what our thoughts are, how we plan to work to have them part of the story.
Some of the ones that are going to be part of the youth are running around up there. By watching them, that's our future, running around up in the bleachers there. Some of them will remember being here. They wouldn't remember maybe for sure why, but they will have had the experience, and that's where it starts. I was a young girl, and my dad was the chief, and back in the day, the carrier, the Jiscotin, and the Secwepemc chiefs traveled to meetings, and they all sat together. And when they had Allied First Nations, and there was another group there, they were butting heads just before they were starting to build the summit. Before that even, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and I was there with my dad. I wasn't sure, what was going on there, but I was sitting there with them. You involve youth. Let them know that what they think is important. And last summer, Cannon Lake hired 5 youth to work in our office for the summer. Like the one that was the supervisor for the students, or I said we have to have a college level, so we hired one for the college level. And then we hired 4 more. Our youngest one was about 13, 14, was about 14, I guess, years old. One of them had the topic, everything governance. One had the topic lands, one had the topic child and family, and one had the topic fish and wildlife. And from our files, I was able to pull out and give them each a memory stick and tell them, your job every day is to come here. You read through, you put your youth eyes on what's there. They found it tough for the first little while, but they got used to it. They had to give us a presentation at the end too. We brought them down to the Elder Center when they were starting, and we said, they're going to come and they're going to work. And at the end I told them, you have to develop some kind of a PowerPoint, a presentation, and you tell us what you have learned. Not only paying any kind of lip service, to anything there, put them in the office, give them a workspace, give them a computer, tell them you read this, what you think is important. And we had lunch and learns. I taught them about the earliest treaty that in this country called Canada. The earliest treaty that we know about was Dish with One Spoon between the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and the Mississauga. The Haudenosaunee, that's the Iroquois word for people of the Longhouse. They became the Iroquois, the Six Nations. Iroquois, Haudenosaunee stretched further than the Secwepemc would have, because they went right around the lakes all the way down to New York State. They made that first treaty because they decided that they couldn't kill each other anymore because they were seeing people, well, they can't come and hunt there, they can't come and fish there, that's ours, and they'd kill them. So in order to be able to share the resources, they made this treaty called Dish with One Spoon. And then I talked about treaties on the island, the Douglas treaties, I talked about the NStQ treaty, I talked about this process here, just giving them a broad sense of what we were up to here. I'd like to think that they were a team because they each brought different skills, and that's what teamwork does. You have people with different skills that come at it with a slightly different angle, and it's like putting a puzzle together. That's the missing piece. We need somebody with that kind of mind to come in. We need somebody with an academic. We need somebody, with the very well grounded culturally. Somebody with a good history. And you bring all of those together. And I think that's, in my mind, when I look back at how our people governed, that's how they did it. There was no, like we're called hunters-gatherers there, but we had people who were craftsmen, we had people who were artists, we had people who sang and did the songs and did the spirituality. We had that Qelmucw, the medicine people. After a while, it was about how they worked together, how they came together. And no one had to tell them the history because they grew up in the history. That's the message we got to bring out to the youth, that our history counts too. Who we are counts, who we are matters. Not only to us, but to them too. Qelmucw.
Well, we want to just share with you in closing, and I'll invite Chris to speak briefly about what are the things that are talked about at a Working Groups Unite meeting. The treaty has many, many elements, but the really important ones are the ones where we need to gather together and learn about, ask questions, and then make decisions. And so Chris is just going to share what some of the topics that we feel that we should gather together, celebrate culture, and then have some conversation together. Chris?
Good morning. I think the constitutional development is the most important part of this process, and I think we need to get it right. The governance model was already decided before I became a part of the table in the negotiation team, but since I was on, there's been some questions about why the model we have that was chosen is the model, which is a shared governance model. So I think since those kind of questions are being raised, I think it's, we need to take time to stop and have a look and see what, look at the questions that are being raised. And some of them are, the shared governance model doesn't represent what our governance model was historically. If you look at the history, our communities were autonomous. It was like a confederation where were independent communities, but when the nation needed unity, we all got together to defend the territory and all that kind of stuff. So I think if we go back and have a look at the models, there's three that are on the table. There's a decentralized model, which is we have one government govern all our communities. And there's a shared governance model, which there's a central government and a community government that does the governing. But there's a decentralized model where our communities govern ourselves. So those are the three. I know at one point we didn't want the decentralized governance model, and the choice was the shared governance model. But when we were going through that process of deciding which model, I felt that Canada was influenced, Canada and BC was influenced the decision by their interests rather than the interests of our community, which was economy of scale, which was them trying to save money and what kind of government model we eventually had, but now that's changed. So I think we need to have a look at it and have that discussion again and see, okay, well, which one do we choose? So, and that's the work that we need to do, and that's what the Community Unite meetings are going to be all about. So I think we have one planned for this year. I don't know exactly when that is, but it's coming up soon where we all get together and have that discussion again. So that's my input.
Well, this is what we wanted to share with you today. And just to remind you, this is in many ways a new approach that the treaty team is making. We talked about it yesterday. We want the input from all of you. So if you'll think in terms of July, we're planning to have a big community barbecue. We'll have some fun, some culture, and then some serious conversation. And we're going to begin with the governance model. That will flow into Constitution. At a later Working Groups Unite meeting, we want to talk about land. This is a land treaty. Land is very important, and we have indicated to both governments that more land, much more land, will be required in order for a successful treaty to be negotiated. And Canada and BC said, let's have that conversation. We understand that. We want to hear what your community members are thinking, what they expect, what they need. So we want to have that conversation. Another important topic will be shared management of resources. There are a lot of very rich resources in the traditional territory of NStQ, and it's fair and reasonable that there should be participation in the responsible development of those resources and the economics that flow with it, and that some form of participation and benefit is owed. And Canada and BC and industry have said, we don't disagree. We need to hear from you and what you think, and how can we do this together, and how can we make sure that responsible development occurs so that now and for many generations to come, there will be opportunities for those who follow. So there are important topics ahead of us. We look forward to having you join us, and we wanted to use this morning to introduce you to these thoughts and ideas and plans. And so more details about the community barbecue and discussion will come out shortly, and we hope to see you there. Thank you for your time this morning. Okay, we can go down. Yep.
Cookstapco Hoitchum is Alex a Hoyt El Alexmans Nas Chicken Twelks NStQ. Ma sound tip Alexans Narain and the Teps NStQ. Ma Quilil Hispalulks Nasal Upix al Chilks the minutes. Hui when Stilton Huia Ma Town Min Tip Hoyt na the Teps El Mat Ben Mean Tip a Churchill Huilips. Secwepemc. Chuchinuch Sasela Tasit Nispalulks Astlamhulachum Alstietum Ma Quilil Hapenhanis Cookstapco Hochwai to sweat to Squint Winstilton. Ducks hal nu went, peen de squentwin, mat towen mint up. Now the depths, NStQ yere. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the NStQ 2023 Citizens Assembly. We'll begin in just a few minutes. And we'd like to thank everyone that participated in the treaty team breakfast this morning. And if you were not able to attend, you're encouraged to visit the treaty team table. Yay, over there. To find out more about plans for the future. Peen ma quinchichtels ta squentwin. Agnes Snow will be doing our prayer this morning to open us up. Do you want? Okay, I'm going to go back on the things there.
Wait, everybody ready for the prayer? Welcoming the ancestors and the Creator into our lives. As we appreciate this day that we gather to listen and learn from each other and to help one another on this road we're on. We may not be long on this road, but the best we offer, the best we can. And one of the things that I always bring with me when I say the prayer is my ancestors, the love of my mother, Lily Harry, and Willie Harry, and a prayer they asked me to share with everybody in the community and help them come together under one sun. Take a minute to bring yourselves here. Don't be somewhere else. Don't be in your computers. That's not real. What's real is in this room. Qelmucw O si o lakan kaja Maureen Qelmucw Maureen Qelmucw Maureen Qelmucw Oh, Creator, I love you so much. It's the truth that I love you. Oh, it's the truth that I love you. Oh, it's the truth that I love you. That's from Lily Harry for you to share with one another. Taking the morning and remembering all of our ancestors that's brought us to this day, that gave all the best they have, just as we will do for the many, many generations to come, preparing for our own holy journey as we return to our Creator, taking the best that we have within ourselves to share with Him all the things that we've done in this world. We did the best we could. As we open our hearts to each other here in this room, we ask that you remember all the elders and all the youth that are coming, and that this journey is not just for ourselves, but it's always a shared road. Thank you for being here, and thank you for hearing the blessing of the elders and all that were here before us. Oh.
Cookstach Agnes Snow. Chuchwinuchp, al chuchmintum nas pelux, astlumhulachum, astietum, pien de sietkt, je is laste wacht, mat lachaichtel, ze kwam komt de skolut, kokstapkuch moacht na alia, hos al, as geïlnkt, as kak niemen tip, kup, kak niemen tip. Sits the Cheatons, George Leach, Joel West at Corduroy, he Celeste all.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of the 2023 NStQ Citizens Assembly. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today for what will be a very interesting lineup of presentations. Our thanks to everyone who attended last night's banquet and entertainment. It seems as if everyone had a wonderful time.
Chatax mat lachaiichlum des tochtochst sietkt.
Before we get underway, there are a few announcements to keep them organized for the next few minutes. First of all, we are serving lunch at noon today. I would like to bring your attention to some of the beautiful landscape video that we've been watching over the last day or so. All that landscape video was created by Mitch Cheek, and
White Qelmucw, Julianne Peters and Squext A. I'm still Julianne Peters. Antoinette Archie, Marianne Emile and Kikia, Ray Peters, Freddie Christopher, Lou Lynn Chochpa'a, Whitney Walshaw and Qelmucw, Warren Rain Cardinal and Ceci, Qelmucw at Qelmucw, Secwepemc, my family, Antoinette Archie, Marianne Emile, the late Ray Christopher, the late Ray Peters, sorry, and the late Freddie Christopher. My daughter is Whitney Walshaw, who cannot be here with me today. And my sweetheart is Warren Rain Cardinal. I work for Qelmucw Secwepemc, but I'm here with you today for the NStQ Citizens Assembly, Spalulk, Qelmucw, Atlastietmc. Matchuchmintlam, Nispalulks, Qelmucw, Atlastietmc, Pin de Sitkt, Mat Qoklulm, Mental, the Cooperman, Chochwai, Secwepemc. Matchuchmintam and the Chetan means a Cariboo Regional District, Margo Wagner.
Good morning. It is my honor to be asked to address the NStQ gathering this morning, and I would like to recognize that I get to live, work, and play on a traditional territory of the Qelmucw Nation. I live at Canning Lake, and I proudly represent the Forest Grove and Canning Lake area. I would also like to recognize the hereditary chiefs that are in the audience, the chiefs, the elders, the children, and all of you that have traveled to be part of this gathering this few days. It's important that we have such a diverse group of all ages, because even in our cultures, to engage in all ages means that our culture will continue. We will learn from one another. I wanted to let you know that the Cariboo Regional District views our relationships with our Indigenous partners very, very seriously. So much so that we have recently adopted our 4-year strategic plan. And one of the 4 priorities is to strengthen our relationships with the First Nations and embrace the principles of reconciliation. We meet frequently with some of our Indigenous neighbors, and some of them not so frequently, often due to distance, and often due to we just haven't got around to it yet. But I promise that in this next term that we are now 6 months into, we have 3.5 years left, the Cariboo Regional District has promised to engage with all of our Indigenous partners, realizing we're not always going to agree, but we are aiming to continue with our plans to work towards reconciliation, to assist with our planning that I know sometimes causes some issues, to try and get that sorted out, and to understand one another. Because if we can't understand one another, it's going to be much harder to move forward. I think that is about all I really want to say. I'm so honored to be here. I recognize some of you. I'm hoping to meet more of you. And thank you so much for the opportunity to address you this morning, and have a wonderful gathering.
As Qelmucw sweat, Matchuchmintam and Chetan means a Qelmucw, Maureen, Pinkney.
Next, we'd like to welcome the mayor of 100 Mile House. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Maureen Pinkney.
Good morning, everyone. Wetaka. I cannot express how honored I am to be here today with you and to see all of you here in one room gathering. On behalf of Council, I would like to acknowledge and pay respect to the ancestral and traditional territory of the Qelmucw, Canam Lake First Nations within Secwepemc. Honoring the relationships between land and the traditional stewards who walked this land long before we were here today. There are many steps to be done towards truth and reconciliation, and this is but just one. Again, my name is Maureen Pinkney. I am currently serving as the elected mayor of the District of 100 Mile House, and I sit on the Cariboo Regional District Board. A little bit about myself. My family, my great-great-uncle Roper came to the Cariboo in 1847. Our immediate family moved to Canam Lake and 100 Mile House in 1940. I myself was born and raised on these lands and have been a gracious guest on your lands for now 60 years. Our family has invested in the community, providing jobs, contributing to the local economy for all those years, and we continue to do so today. But again, it is my absolute honor to stand before you today and speak briefly about a topic that is of the utmost of importance, not just for British Columbia, but for the entire world: truth and reconciliation. For centuries, Indigenous people in Canada have suffered systemic racism, cultural genocide, and trauma at the hands of colonial powers. The residential school system, forced relocations, and other policies implemented by the Canadian government and have left lasting scars on Indigenous communities. It is our moral responsibility and acknowledgement of the past and take steps towards healing the wounds of the inflicted. British Columbia has a rich history of Indigenous cultures and traditions, and the lands on which we stand today has been inhabited by Indigenous people for thousands of years. However, this land has been the site of colonialism, assimilation, and forced displacement of Indigenous peoples. It is time for us to acknowledge those painful truths of our past and commit ourselves to a journey of reconciliation. This journey will not be easy, and it will require courage, compassion, and humility. Truth and reconciliation require us to listen to the voices of the Indigenous peoples, acknowledge the harm that has been done. It requires us to take concrete steps forward, healing and restoring relations between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. Just one of the key elements of truth and reconciliation is education. We must learn about the history of Indigenous peoples in Canada, the impact colonialism and residential schools, the ongoing struggles faced by Indigenous communities. We must educate ourselves about the rich cultures, language, and traditions of the Indigenous people and celebrate them. As part of this education, we must also acknowledge the role we, as non-Indigenous people, have played in perpetrating the injustices against Indigenous people. We must confront our biases and our assumptions and be willing to change our attitudes and our behaviors. Healing is another critical component of truth and reconciliation. The harm that has been done to Indigenous communities cannot be undone, but we can work towards healing the wounds that have been inflicted. Healing can take many forms, including counseling, supports groups, and cultural revitalization programs. We must also address the ongoing impacts of colonialization, systemic racism. Indigenous peoples continue to face barriers they should not have to face in accessing healthcare, education, and basic services. We must work towards dismantling these barriers and creating a more just and equitable society. Finally, but certainly not finally, the truth and reconciliation require us to take actions to restore our relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. This can take many forms, including land acknowledgements, meaningful consultations, and partnerships with Indigenous communities. In British Columbia, as you have seen some of the information yesterday, There are many examples of truth and reconciliation in action. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada released its final report in 2015, which included 94 calls to action. The province of British Columbia has taken steps to implement these calls to action, including the establishment of the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. There are many organizations in British Columbia that are working towards truth and reconciliation. The First Nations Health Authority provides health services to Indigenous people and incorporating traditional health practices in their programs. The BC Association of Aboriginal Friendship Centre provides support and resources to Indigenous peoples living in urban areas. As individuals, each one of us, we can also take actions towards truth and reconciliation. We can educate ourselves about Indigenous cultures and histories, support Indigenous businesses and arts, and advocate for Indigenous rights and sovereignty. In conclusion, truth and reconciliation is a journey that requires all of us to take action. We must acknowledge the painful truths of our past and commit ourselves to a path of healing and restoration. As we move forward on this journey, we must listen to the voices of Indigenous people and be guided by their principles of courage, compassion, and humility. On behalf of the District Council and residents of 100 Mile House, I wish all of you a successful and productive meeting, and I look forward to working together in truth and reconciliation partnerships. Merci, thank you.
Maureen,
Thank you, Maureen, for your thoughts this morning.
Surinderpal, rather, at Michael Moses, Toronto Peen, Desquentwin, Amal Mat Lachaichtel, Stalchnums, and means rather.
The Mayor of the City of Williams Lake, Surinderpal Rathor, and Councillor Michael Moses are traveling at this time. Although they were pleased to receive an invitation to attend, Municipal Affairs have them in Toronto this morning. Mayor Rathor was kind enough to record the following message for members.
Good day. It was an honor to receive an invitation to attend this very important annual event for NStQ members. Thank you to the organizers for allowing me to say a few words, even though I know a couple of my colleagues are attending in person. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend in person due to other pre-committed plans, but I was delighted to have an opportunity to record this message for all of you. As you know, the challenge of reconciliation begins at home, but that challenge extends to every corner of Canadian society. The four nations of the NStQ have been working towards self-government for over 3 decades. I'd like to recognize the effort of members that are here and those who came before. The ideal and the value of Susap culture and traditional practice will serve every generation that follow. Although there is more work to be done, in the time I have been involved in the municipal politics, there have been a lot of and great deal of changes in how people have treated each other. Inspired by the Office of the Orange Shirt Society and Phyllis website, more people are aware of intergenerational trauma and its effect on those whose family members attended the residential school. It is my prayer that everyone will embrace understanding and kindness as important value in the years to come ahead. There are important events coming up that the City of William Lake is very proudly supporting it. On National Indigenous Peoples Day on June 21st, we are looking forward to the parade and family festival in the Britannia Park. The Orange Shirt Society celebration, the 10th anniversary of Orange Shirt Day, which is now observed around the world. We are once again proud to support the committee as they develop plans for a 4-day event in the last week of September, heading up to the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th. On behalf of the Council and residents of Williams Lake, I would like to congratulate and honor the Northern Secwepemc Tribal Council for their advocacy, and I wish all the good health, prosperity, and a successful journey going forward. Thank you, Qelmucw.
Qelmucw Nakhetan means youth. I was corrected. Qelmucw Nakhetan means the youth. Mr. Rathor, Pin Disquantwin, Qelmucw Tukuk Omiplat, Aho Wawa Ahwas, Tukuk Omiplat, Angie Delaney, as Joan Flashpolar.
Grateful to have the support of Mayor Rathor and all our municipal officials in attendance. Also, City of Williams Lake Councilors Angie Delaney and Joan Flashpolar are with us as special guests this morning. Thank you.
Okay. Rhonda Leach, Nakhetan means Elkstons, as Qelmucw. Na NStQ, achum elkstúchla saranda, na kulu hochwai disquaquas, matchuchmintum, na chetan means ach elkstons as Qelmucw, Rhonda Leach.
The Natural Resources and Stewardship Departments at the Northern Secwepemc Tribal Council are led by the Stewardship and Fisheries Manager, Rhonda Leach. Rhonda has been a tireless advocate for the Four Nations in an area that has been tightly controlled by the provincial and federal governments. The times are changing, though. With more, please welcome the Northern Secwepemc Tribal Council's Senior Stewardship and Fisheries Manager, Rhonda Leach.
Good day. Thank you. My name is Rhonda Leach. I am the Senior Stewardship Manager with the Northern Secwepemc Tribal Council. I will be doing an update on the Aboriginal Fisheries Strategy Agreement and associated projects, as well as the Qelmucw Land and Resource Use Agreement, a government-to-government agreement that was signed in 2018. The Northern Secwepemc Tribal Council Fisheries Department operates within the Northern Secwepemc to Qelmucw territory. Our top priority is conservation of wild salmon and their habitat for resource management decision-making. Our goal is to continually protect fish and their habitat and increase our involvement in the management of those fish and their ecosystems. Our goal is to maintain the ecosystems to ensure that they are healthy, productive, and resilient. Next. The NStC fisheries role is to manage the fisheries resource for the NStQ communities by implementing the guiding principles approved by the NStQ leadership, to manage salmon stocks for ecosystems, and plan harvesting to ensure sustainability of weaker stocks. The NStC projects are funded by the Department of Fisheries, Fisheries and Oceans under the Aboriginal Fisheries Strategy Agreement. The information collected from the projects are utilized in management decisions that ensure sustainable use of fisheries resources in the NStQ territory, and to support the implementation of an ecosystem approach to fisheries management, which takes into account the entire ecosystem of the species being managed. The incorporation of the traditional knowledge and conservation will assist with the fisheries resources being available for future NStQ generations. Next. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans has identified objectives for the AFS agreement, which are to provide a framework for the management of fishing by First Nation groups for food, social, and ceremonial purposes, to provide First Nation groups with an opportunity to participate in the management of fisheries, which improves conservation, management, and enhancement of the fisheries resource, to contribute to the economic self-sufficiency of First Nation communities, and to provide a foundation for the development of self-government agreements and treaties, and to improve the fisheries management skills and capacity of First Nation groups. The AFS was developed following the 1990 Supreme Court of Canada Sparrow decision, a precedent-setting decision that applied Section 35 of the 1982 Constitution Act, which recognizes and affirms existing Aboriginal and treaty rights. The original intent of the AFS was to serve as a bridging agreement in fisheries matters where there are no self-government agreements and where First Nations are negotiating land claims and self-government agreements. The AFS objective was to provide First Nations with fisheries benefits in advance of final treaty settlements and to test pilot fisheries initiatives to ensure effectiveness prior to treaty. These projects and data collected will assist with ensuring that the NStQ fisheries management will be effective and sustainable. AFS are without prejudice to either party's position on Aboriginal rights. They contain an allocation to be harvested under a communal fishing license, which identify the conditions to harvest for food, social, and ceremonial purposes. They identify the species, methods, locations, and timelines. The catch monitors then collect data at each site from NStQ members who are harvesting. Fisheries technicians also work on stock assessment, fish enhancement, and other habitat management projects. The NStC implements the AFS projects with the following objectives, which is to ensure that the NStQ are meaningfully engaged in the fisheries sector, collecting and having access to data that will provide for informed decision-making. Job postings go out to the NStQ communities prior to the season for employment in the fisheries sector, of which they receive training opportunities. We implement resource management for environmental conservation, which will guide the sustainable use of the fisheries resource. We have meaningful participation in recreational fisheries in the NStQ territory, which ensures that it is done in a sustainable manner. We provide for capacity building in fisheries management, which will assist with the transition into treaty. We provide for the development of strategic partnerships and potential for funding opportunities to implement meaningful projects that support a sustainable NStQ fisheries. We compile and apply traditional knowledge in fisheries and aquatic resource management in the NStQ territory to determine best practices for harvest. The NStQ Fisheries Management Plan goal is to protect, restore, and promote the long-term health and stability of the fisheries in a manner that is sustainable, which will ensure that the resources are not endangered or overexploited, and that the development is done in a manner that maintains the ecological processes of the fisheries resource. And by implementing cultural knowledge into the plan, it will provide for a continuance and enhancement of the NStQ traditional harvesting and processing practices, and ensuring that the culturally significant species, habitat, and practices are protected. The plan's objective is to maintain the integrity and diversity of the NStQ natural resource environment in a culturally and ecologically sustainable manner. The NSTC has a long history with DFO. As our first AFS, Aboriginal Strategy, as our first AFS was signed in 1996, and the 5-year agreement that began in 2017 expired in 2022, with a 1-year agreement continuing until 2023. Since then, the NSTC have continued to promote the NStQ priorities for fisheries management by being fully involved in all assessment activities within the NStQ territory. The AFS assists with managing the salmon resource for the NStQ communities, which increases community capacity for the management of the fisheries resource in a culturally sustainable manner while ensuring their preservation for future generations. The AFS will provide the tools to assist with the management and preservation of the fisheries resource following treaty. Next. Thank you. The NSTC received AFS funding to implement the catch monitoring program, which starts around July and runs to August. And last year, 8 catch monitors, 2 monitors at each site, collected data from the 4 fishing sites. We also received supplemental funding for an extension to the catch monitoring, which started at the beginning of September and ended September 18th. The fisheries technicians were also involved in the recreational fisheries project at Horsefly Bay and at Quesnel Lake in September, where they collected data from recreational harvesters. The team worked on the McKinley Creek Fence project, which started in October and went to the end of November. Technicians did work at Quesnel Lake for the remuneration project, which started in August and ended in October, collecting data on the sockeye. Invasive species eradication for the bass in the Beaver Creek system is initiated in May and June. 1 technician is involved in 2 helicopter flights between September and November to collect data. The AFS is involved in fisheries projects for the traditional territories of the 3 NStQ communities. Next. The NSTC receives a communal license for the NStQ food, social, and ceremonial FSC harvesting. FSC fisheries have priority access to the resource, second only to conservation needs. In 2022, we had 8 catch monitors, 2 at each site, collecting catch data at the Rudy Johnson Bridge, Sheep Creek Bridge, Hatsu Fishing Site, and Gang Ranch. They collect and record data that identifies the number of salmon caught, how many were kept and released, time and end of harvesting and condition of species. This catch data assists with evaluating the harvest impacts of salmon stocks. Technicians also collect sampling data, obtaining scales, DNA, and coded wire tags. At the Rudy Johnson Bridge fishing site, the catch monitors recorded for July. Harvesters released 16 sockeye and kept 4 Chinook. For August, 794 sockeye and 4 Chinook were kept. For September, 10 sockeye were kept, with a total of 828 salmon harvested, of which 812 were kept and 16 were released. At the Sheep Creek Bridge fishing site for August, harvesters kept 25 sockeye and 6 Chinook and released 4 sockeye. A total of 35 salmon harvested from Sheep Creek, with 31 salmon kept and 4 released. At the Jesus fishing site for August, 644 sockeye were harvested and kept, and 3 Chinook were kept, for a total of 647 salmon harvested and kept. At the Gang Ranch fishing site for July, 3 sockeye were kept and 1 Chinook. For August, 1,146 sockeye were kept and 16 sockeye released, for a total of 1,166 salmon harvested, with 16 released. The McKinley Creek Fence Project. The NSTC began collecting coho data with DFO since 1998 due to the endangered status of coho listed in 2002 and classified as threatened in 2016. The McKinley Creek Fence Project has been ongoing for approximately 18 years and became a core AFS project in 2011. The project typically starts with fence construction on the last week of September each year and operates to December 1st or freeze up. Their crew collect data on stream conditions, number of fish, and characteristics, including temperature and weather factors. The McKinley Creek project is instrumental in the conservation of interior Fraser coho, and the data collected is used to protect and manage the local salmon populations by assisting with creating effective regulations, with conservation being a main priority. Next thing. The NSTC Fisheries Department, in conjunction with the McKinley Creek Fence Project, initiates floats and survey walks in the Quesnel River Basin by sampling the following locations: McKinley Creek, Hazeltine Creek, Moffat Creek, Little Horsefly, Tisdale Creek, and Horsefly River. The samples and surveys determine what variation exists in Fraser coho and what is critical for conservation priorities, which allows the recovery teams to determine which subpopulations are deemed critical and a conservation priority. The sampling and survey walks also include Chinook during the floats. Next. According to the World Conservation Union, invasive species such as bass, a top predator, have been recognized as being the second most significant threat to biodiversity after habitat loss. They become predators to the native species, and they compete for habitat, of which the native species become prey and face the threat of parasites and diseases, which pose a direct threat to biodiversity. Research identified that the bass entered BC's waterways in 1901 and are now within the NStQ territory. The NSTC has been monitoring and eradicating the smallmouth bass out of Beaver Creek and Beaver Lake since 2006. Field technicians remove the bass out of the Beaver Creek water system in a variety of ways that do not impact the native species, and each year they have a better understanding of the bass population. The Cariboo River heli enumeration occurs from August to October. DFO and an NSTC employee conduct Quesnel, Cariboo counting, Chinook salmon, both live, rearing, and dead counts, as well as observing sockeye numbers. The aerial surveys can obtain spawning numbers quickly and efficiently, where ground access is difficult or impossible for foot or float surveys. Rough number estimates of escapements, which are salmon not caught by harvesters, provide valuable data for in-season stock management. One staff member participates in the enumeration flights. The NSTC Fisheries Department hires staff for the fishing season, and they consist of a fisheries field supervisor, 6 catch monitors, 2 field technicians, with a full-time fisheries manager and fisheries technical coordinator. The objective is to hire members from each community and to build community members' capacity via training. The NStQ Agreement in Principle Fisheries Chapter, in the General Provisions, Section 2.1.4, prior to the final agreement, the parties will address matters relating to fish and aquatic plants, and the parties will review other parts of the final agreement that may be affected and make any necessary changes, and the final agreement will reflect the agreement of the parties. The final agreement will set out NStQ's rights and benefits regarding fisheries and will provide certainty with respect to management of those fisheries, as well as lands and resources on NStQ lands. The AFS will assist in the transition into treaty by providing a coordinated approach to the conservation, protection, and enhancement of fisheries, fish and fish habitats, including fish health, quality, and allocations in the NStQ land base. The NStQ Agreement in Principle, Chapter 8, is a shared decision-making chapter where the parties recognize and respect that NStQ has an interest in land and resource use. Decisions, particularly to the extent that these land and resource use decisions have the potential to impact upon the NStQ rights set out in the final agreement. Prior to the final agreement, BC and the NStQ will negotiate cooperative approaches to land and resource decision-making and management of Crown land within the NStQ territory. And as part of these discussions, BC and NStQ will consider whether their treaty-related interests can be met under existing agreements or other non-treaty arrangement or agreements. The Qelmucw Land and Resource Use Agreement is one of the cooperative approaches contemplated in the Agreement in Principle, Chapter 8. Qelmucw is a Qelmucw word meaning to take care of the land. The negotiations for the YA began over 10 years ago with the NSTC and the 4 communities negotiating with the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation to develop a coordinated government-to-government consultation between key provincial natural resource agencies on land and resource development applications. The YA will provide a venue for consultation and shared decision-making in advance of the final agreement. The YA is a 3-year government-to-government agreement that was signed on October 24th, 2018 by the 4 communities. That 3-year agreement expired on October 24th, 2021. The YA applied to the NStQ territory on all land and resources that may affect the NStQ interests. The 4 NStQ communities then signed a 1-year extension, allowing time to review the YA effectiveness in order to assess whether they would renew the YA for another 3 years. The purpose of the YA is to build an enduring, resilient government-to-government relationship with respect to land and resource use and economic and social development in the NStQ territory, where the parties can find new and cooperative ways to support sustainable development and use. The YA applies to the NStQ territory and all land and resource matters within the jurisdiction of provincial agencies that may affect NStQ interests and other land, resource, economic, or social development matters as agreed upon. The YA secured formal recognition of the NStQ territory. It established a mutually respectful government-to-government relationship with mutually agreed upon procedures for consultation and accommodation. It secured a more influential role in resource management decision-making within the NStQ territory, with discussions on strategic initiatives moving through the levels of engagement. The NStQ communities can coordinate on applications that are in shared areas and build capacity for the NStQ that will help build mechanisms to support decision-making following treaty. The YA interests explore ways to enhance NStQ's governance with NStQ lands and resources by asserting, exercising, and protecting NStQ interests in the territory, and identifying, protecting, and managing past, present, and future cultural resources and areas and landscapes that are significant to the NStQ. Continuing and strengthening the NStQ's connection to the land through a major role in natural resource and land management, consistent with the NStQ traditions, customs, beliefs, and laws. Providing stewardship over the lands and resources in core areas, and maximizing collaboration among NStQ communities for efficient and effective land and natural resource decision-making in shared areas. The 4 communities under the YA work with the following provincial ministry signatories: the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Energy and Mines and Petroleum Resources, the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy, the Ministry of Forest, Lands and Natural Resource Operations and Rural Development, and BC Timber Sales. The levels of engagement in the YA are the Executive Committee, which is comprised of NStQ chiefs and ministers of the provincial agencies, with meetings that are scheduled quarterly or as agreed upon. They are responsible for discussing legislative, regulatory, and high-level policy concerns. The EC discusses strategic initiatives that are forwarded to them by the Stewardship Forum. They oversee the dispute resolution process and also review the effectiveness of the YA and make recommendations for future priorities. The parties also ensure that they have the authority and mandate to engage on the issues at the meetings. The Stewardship Forum is comprised of the natural resource and ministry managers that meet monthly. The SF provides for a platform for collaboration between the parties in the development of strategies and recommendations with respect to standing strategic topics, as well as the management and stewardship of NStQ lands and resources. There are also two responsible officials, one appointed by the NStQ and the other appointed by the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, who oversee and monitor the implementation of the YA and assist with the engagement framework. They also facilitate dispute resolutions and approve and/or seek approval for amendments to the YA. There are also two technical coordinators, one with the NStQ and one with MR, who implement the engagement framework and coordinator training and participate on technical teams and support the exchange of information. Funding is provided by the province for the following purposes: implementation of the agreement pursuant to the engagement framework, executive committee, stewardship forum, technical coordinators, and responsible officials, engagement on strategic topics, collaboration on resource planning and management and economic development, and negotiation of resource revenue sharing agreements, and other matters as mutually agreed upon. The YA increases consultation effectiveness by streamlining and reducing consultation from referrals, moving from a transactional basis to a strategic one, with the goal of reducing the number of referrals by engaging at a strategic level instead of working on the low-impact referral transactions. It will be a one-window approach, with one referral being submitted to all the communities via the NStQ Connect portal system, as opposed to multiple copies being sent with no consistent method of transmission. Committing to develop additional consultation approaches over time, which would be building blocks to assist with the transition into treaty. The one-window approach is via the NStQ Connect portal, an electronic tool that provides for a standard process for the referrals that follows the engagement framework in the YA. The YA ensures that the referrals are transparent and consistent, and the objective is to move the focus of the engagement effort from a transactional one to a strategic one, spending less time on referrals and more time on strategic initiatives. Next. The current status of the YA that was signed on October 24th, 2018 and expired on October 24th, 2021. We did a one-year renewal, which was negotiated with the province, providing funding for the one-year extension, of which expired on October 24th, 2022. Due to the expiry of the YA on October 24th, 2022, the NStQ signed a one-year bridging agreement with funding. The bridging agreement incorporates all the terms of the YA and will take the place of the YA until we have a new agreement. The NStQ team are now negotiating a new YA, of which will go into effect in 2024. Cooks check 'em. Thank you.
Qelmucw Randalich.
Our thanks to Rhonda for presenting that important information for members. You can find out more from Shirley, and she is at the NSTC Fisheries table. And a reminder, there are some job postings that you can also view there, one for Fisheries Field Supervisor, and for Seasonal Fisheries Technician, and for Seasonal NSTC Fishery Catch Monitors. If you'd like to see Shirley, she'd be more than happy to give you more details.
Let Secwepemc Pien is chiptequilmentals is chiptequil. Elkstool ye. As chiptequilmentals. Knuchenchmia as chuchmintum Danikka Murphy. Mapolkail Danikka Huchum.
It's been a good morning so far, and what better time than right now for another Secwepemc story. Our storyteller has been busy over the past couple of days, so she'll need lots of support from today's audience. Please welcome the Secwepemc storyteller, Danikka Murphy.
Woo! Wait, up. Let us victim and chuchum. Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all again. Let's get started. I need to walk around again. Let's see if I can get this off. Aha. Okay. This chapter today I would like to do is about Secwepemcstin, coyote and horse. So let's get started. So, Coyote was far from his house. Horse was a dangerous monster. Horse chased Coyote. Oh, Coyote took off running. Horse ran and ran. Coyote smoked his pipe. Coyote called upon his power. His power made 3 trees. Coyote climbed the first tree. Horse chopped down that tree. Coyote climbed the second tree. Horse chopped down the second tree. Coyote climbed the third tree. Coyote smoked his pipe. And Coyote called upon his power. And by his power, he was given a whip. Secwepemc NStQ. Coyote jumped onto horse. Secwepemc NStQ. Secwepemcstin NStQ. And Coyote whipped horse. Secwepemcstin NStQ. Oh, mtlalu NStQ. Horse was tired. Mtlalu NStQ. Yerit schools the Qelmucw NStQ. Then horse became small. Yerit schools the Qelmucw NStQ. Pien Secwepemcstin. Now old men and old women ride horses. Pien Secwepemc. Now old men and old women ride horses. Yerit jukes. There you are.
Qelmucw Danikka Burfi, Whitcham. Ulpet Benus, Dogs, Ayan Twach, Sestedlich Am. Alla Dutwil, Des Elgs, Dach Gultens, Benhen. Pien, Macnuchendol, so Qelmucw Biegt, Alla Tquenamibla. Es Chapken Wentz, es Elgs, Dach Gultens, Pien, Des Siegt, Mat Lachaichtols, es Qelmucw.
In the past year, an effort has been made to bring together a group of youth and elders who would be interested in participating in governance in the future. The results of the efforts was that members of the Leadership Council have a better idea about the inclusion of this diverse group in governance. Today, we have an excellent panel for presentation.
Chadax, Matjuchmingdom, as Lachlachem Jean, as Asela, as Qelmucw, Pien, Des Huentwin.
First, we'd like to introduce the facilitators for what we hope will be a very informative and inspiring presentation of the first of two panels you will experience today.
Pien, Des Huentwin, Matlachaich, Chkuch, and Kusum, Des Clud, Sabrina Jeff, as Blanche Pilkington.
Sabrina Jeff and Blanche Pilkington are here this morning to introduce our panels and help set the stage for their discussion. Please welcome them.
Wait, Sabrina Jeff Rensquist. Hello, my name is Sabrina Jeff. I am the outreach liaison worker for Williams Lake in BC North. I'm super excited to be here today to present the panelists. I did this last year. We're going to do it a little different this year, and I hope you guys enjoy it. If I could get all of the youth and elders to the side of the stage, we're going to start introducing you. The youth will be walking the elders across the stage and having them seated. I'll let Blanche introduce herself.
Hi, everyone, and my name is Blanche Pilkington. I am from the Champagne-Ajac First Nation up in the Yukon. I belong to the Crow clan. I am Northern Shoshone in Upper Canada, and my traditional name is Tukli That. My great-great-grandfather is Copper Chief from Copper Center, Alaska. And I'm honored to be here.
I'd like to start by introducing our host nation elder. Agnes Jack belongs to the SXFN First Nation. Her mother is late Lena Jack, and her father is late Francis Camille. Agnes was a former treaty manager and communications coordinator from NStQ. Agnes enjoys reading books by the First Nations authors photography, writing, fishing, berry picking, and she is currently working on her residential school story. Please welcome Agnes to the stage. No, I'm up. We'd also like to welcome Roy Christopher. Roy Christopher is from the Canham Lake First Nation, and his mother is Murray Christopher, and his father is Peter Christopher. Roy enjoys golfing, baseball, hunting, hiking, and reading mystery books. Please welcome Roy Christopher to the stage. Yeah, just go off. Yeah. Thank you. We're going straight there. Next to the stage is Mary Alphonse. Mary Alphonse belongs to the Williams Lake First Nation. She is half Chilcotin and half Shuswap. Her mother is Lily Alphonse and her father is Tommy Alphonse. Mary enjoys playing bingo, traveling, and watching game shows on TV. Please welcome Mary Alphonse to the stage. You can go off that way. Our next elder is from Hatsuth. Shirley Bowie belongs to the Hatsuth First Nation. Her mother is Helena Bowie from Deep Creek, and her father is Ivan Bowie from Alkali Lake. She was raised in the Cariboo and enjoys berry picking, gardening, crafting, and watching TV. Please welcome Shirley Bowie to the stage. And with great excitement, I'd like to add that we've had another elder join us willingly. Whoa, where did it go? Ralph, right? Yeah. Ralph Phillips is from the Hatsuth First Nation. Ralph's mother is Laura Phillips and his father is Gabriel Phillips. Ralph told us with great joy that he enjoys sleeping. His pastimes include hunting, fishing, working, and joking around. Please welcome Ralph Phillips to the stage. Oh, you know what? I forgot my purse is what we're talking about. Where's your purse? It's over there. All right, so with great excitement, we also have some youth that will be contributing to the elders panel. The youth will be seated at the front of the stage and they'll come up as the questions arise and they'll ask as they so choose. We would like to introduce Sadra Archie. If Sadra could give a wave. Sadra is from Essex FN. Her mother is Carol Archie and her grandparents are Sandra Archie. Sadra is currently attending UBC studying psychology. She enjoys beading, photography, and hiking. Hi, Sadra. You will get to see her again later on today. Kian Philbrick is our youth from WLFN. If Kian could give a quick wave, that'd be great. I'm probably saying your name wrong, Kian, I'm sorry. Kian Philbrick is also from Williams Lake First Nation. His mother is Sean Robbins and his father is Wilford Robbins Jr. from Alkali Lake. His biological father is Anthony Sellers from the Hatsul First Nation. Fun fact, Kian's great-grandfather is, what is his name? What is her name? Clotel Thomas, a descendant of Chief William. Kian enjoys hunting, fishing, cultural language, family time, and playing video games. Thank you so much, Kian. You will meet him again later this afternoon. Skip Alexis, right? Oh, over at the tribal council table. My purse. Can you get my purse? My apologies, I made a mistake. Kian's great-great-grandmother is a descendant of Chief William. Sorry about that, Kian. Thanks for the correction. We had recently another youth kind of slip through our cracks. She hasn't arrived yet, so I'm going to skip her introduction until later today. We have one more youth. Cedra Roxanne Pop. Clearly, we are not very organized. Blanche always says we're both type C. I don't know what that means. One day I'll figure it out. I'd like to introduce the final youth. Her name is Roxanne Pop. Roxanne belongs to the Hatsul First Nation as well. Her mother is Joanne Phillips and her grandparents are Minnie and Ralph Phillips. Roxanne is currently working with First Nations on the Hatsul First Nation at the hydroponic farm. She's held roles as tour guides, as a supervisor at the Hatsul Heritage Site, and as a laborer with Gibraltar Mines reclaiming mining sites. Roxanne Pop, if you could give a wave, you'll meet her again later this afternoon. There she is over there. Hello, Roxanne. We're having a temporary moment of, I have to get my purse as that's where my information for the panels is located. Give me a minute. I'll get Blanche to keep you busy.
So if you guys have any questions for the elders, anybody want to know, you have anything you want to share with everybody today? Give us a little tidbit, a fun fact about yourself. Oh, is it on?
The fisheries for our people in the Fraser River have changed much over the years. I remember when I was a teenager and I'd go visit fishing with my family down at the Gang Ranch Bridge area, my dad would catch 300 fish in one night just by himself. And then we would go to Canoe Creek and we would distribute the fish. Anytime our people fished, they would catch a lot of fish. And then over the years, this changed. My dad would start fishing when everybody else went to the stampede. He would take us down to the river to go fishing, and then we'd go berry picking after that. But everything changed by the time that I started fishing with my family. We couldn't fish in July because of the shortage of fish that were going, the early Stewart run that were going up for the Dene people in the northern carrier area. And that took a lot of patience for our people to stay off the river in the month of July. We could catch springs, but we couldn't catch any of the early Stewart sockeye. And over the years, with the climate change, with the rivers dropping, the temperatures rising, the fish were starting to swim deeper and farther out into the river, so it made it more difficult for our people to catch fish. And there were times that our people were suffering from lack of fish, to the point where the Tribal Council Fisheries had to get fish from other areas to feed our people. And with today, I talked to people today, and it's very difficult for anyone to catch enough fish to distribute to their families, to have their fish for the winter months. And I remember for years I sat with the Northern Secwepemc Treaty Society, and my topic of negotiation was the fish. And one of the things that we talked about, I'm not sure where that is today, but we thought that we would have to take a look at purchasing a fishing boat out on the ocean in order for providing fish for our membership.
Agnes.
Yeah, it just might come to that, and our people dip net for fish, and it's becoming more difficult to catch fish, and according to the fisheries rights that we have, we can use gill nets south of the Churn Creek, but that's something that we might have to start doing farther up the river.
Thank you, Agnes.
Pardon?
Thank you. We'll pass it on now.
Okay.
And just give us
Thank
a
you.
little, thank you for sharing that with us. You could just give us a little tidbit about yourself, just a fun fact.
Actually, we're
Just a little fun fact about yourself to share.
Just a little. Already I'm being told 1 minute. Usually it's 2 minutes I get to speak.
One.
Roy, hang on 1 second. Can I get you to have a seat for a second? Our elders are really eager to talk. I know that I haven't introduced the topic yet, so I'm going to quickly introduce the topic so that we can get into this discussion, so that the elders can share all of their beautiful knowledge with you. I don't want to feel like I'm being rude. I just want to introduce the topic so everybody knows that what we're discussing, and then we can continue, and Blanche and I will have a seat and let you take over. We're going to do a quick introduction. Alexis has arrived, so if we could get Alexis to stand up and give a quick wave. Blanche is going to introduce her.
Thank you, Alexis, for showing up. Alexis is from the Canham Lake First Nation. Her mother is Gabrielle Archie, and her grandparents are Annette, Christopher, and Lyle John Archie. Alexis enjoys sports, reading, gaming, and traveling. Alexis will be attending the North American Indigenous Games for 3 track events this year. Welcome, thank you.
All right, so today the elder panel participants will be asked about their experience with fisheries and the importance of this resource as a food source and its significance to cultural practices. With many issues surrounding the practice of fishing and how it relates to the Secwepemc and colonial laws and practices, the agreement will contain specific language that will be used to describe, steward, and conserve fishing rights, as well as the fish themselves. Decades of harm to the river have been the greatest challenge, and now that climate change is a factor, how will traditional practice help us in the future? The elders will be discussing this topic. They've had time to prepare. The youth will be asking questions as they feel appropriate. So they have a series of questions that they've done up themselves that they would like to ask the elders. So we'll get started on this topic. Thank you so much. Enjoy. Roy, Christopher, you're welcome to get started on this topic, and we'll discuss it more.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to pull my rank. Proper introduction. I didn't introduce my family, and I come from a big family and a big territory. My grandfather, Joseph Sterling Christopher, hereditary chief. And I was glad to hear Margo say that this morning. The only one that I've ever heard here talk about hereditary chief. My grandmother, Matilda Stanislaus, from my dad's side, Peter Christopher. A lot of you know my dad, Peter, from playing hockey with the Alakali Lake Braves. He was a World War I, World War II veteran. He was a great hunter, trapper, and guide. My mom, Marie Abel Jules, hailing from Cran Cass, Tayson Cass, Edson, Hinton, Jasper, Alberta. We come from that great territory that we lost. And both of my mom and dad, they were hunters, trappers, and guides. I remember trapping when I was small with my mom. Beaver, muskrat, weasel, rabbits, gophers. So I just wanted to add that because I didn't have a chance to this morning. And proud again of my family and where we come from, our family relations here from throughout our territory. So just again, when we look at the fisheries in the broader context, our community, we had the smaller salmon, landlocked salmon, kokanee. And that used to be our passion when I was going to school at Canham Lake. A lot of us grew up waiting for the salmon late August, early September. And as soon as we saw the red coming up the creeks, we would have our oops and our nets ready to go. And we would spend hours after school. And on the weekends, we would spend 6 to 8 hours a day or more fishing for our families, for our community, for those that couldn't go out. I remember we would stop by Cass and Molly, Archie, for a snack before we would go out. They would give us soup and bannock. We would come back and drop off a number of kokanee for them. And that's how we were brought up. So I'm proud, you know, to see my old friends Ralph and Agnes here, worked with them for years, to hear their stories. I fished Farewell Canyon for years with my family and friends from all over your territory and your communities. So again, good to be here and to hear the other stories as well. Qelmucw.
Thank you, Roy. Mary, if you want to go ahead, you can share some stuff if you would like.
It's on, Mary. It's on. It's on.
Hello?
Oh, you're good to go.
I was lazy to stand up and everybody stood up, so I guess I have to stand up.
You're welcome to sit down, Mary, if you would like. No pressure to stand.
My name is Mary C. Alphonse from the Williams Lake First Nation. I use my initial C because there was about 3 Mary Alphonses ever since I was little. One was my best friend, Liv Sugarcane. She passed away now, and the other one married one of my cousins in Anaheim, and she became Mary Alphonse. I come from the Chilcotin and the Shuswap Nation. My father was full Chilcotin from Anaheim, and my mother was Shuswap and whatever else from the Williams Lake Indian Band. And my grandmother was Octavia Abbey. And my grandfather on my dad's side they called him Old Alphonse. Indian agent used to give you your grandfather's last name for your first name for your last name, but his name was Alphonse Cody, I believe it was. But we all ended up with the name Alphonse. I have many, many relatives across the river. And on this side, I grew up with the Shuswap Nation rather than the Chilcotin Nation. My father moved to Sugarcane with my mom. And I could remember a little bit about my fishing days when I was small. My dad used to make sure that he took all of us when he went fishing downriver and lived we'd stay maybe 2 weeks or something. but we were a little too little to fish at that time, me and my brother. And my mom used to tie us to the tent pole so we wouldn't roll down into the river while we were fishing. So, so my mom, well, most parents, I guess, go down river, they build a fish rack and they start drying fish down there, down the river. Before we even come home, we'll have some dried fish because we're down there for a couple of weeks. Sometimes we pick berries and dry the berries. And just being there, my mom would cut a lot of fish. She could cut and dry, hang up to dry about 200 fish a day. And I remember as I got older, I started liking to cut fish with her. It was really a lot of fun. I thought it was a lot of fun anyway. She showed me how to cut fish, how to cut it open like an open book. Later on, I learned how to cut fish like a teepee. And as I was growing up, and then my mom taught me all that, and we did a lot of drying at home when we came home too. But once my father died, and I was 6 years old, my mom quit taking me down the river. They would leave me at home with my grandmother, and she'd go down the river for a couple of weeks with some other neighbors, and they'd go dry fish and catch fish, and I wasn't allowed to go down there, and I was really sad about it after my dad died. I was 6 years old when he died, so we never had much of an outing after my father died. My mom quit taking us, and I got so used to staying at home. I didn't even really know how Williams Lake looked for a long time till I was almost a teenager and started school. But we never had to worry about fisheries. We never had to worry about treaty, nothing when we had all this fishing going on when we were little. I don't remember our band having to deal with anything like that. They just went, fished anywhere, any place, nobody complained. But nowadays, sometimes other bands will get a little irritated when you go fish in their fishing spot, you know. And I was thinking, why don't they just share? We like to share, you know, and stuff like that. But I would hear stuff like, you know, so-and-so didn't like because we took fishing place or something like that. But there's a lot of different things happening after, you know. But I still today love cutting fish. I know how to cut it to dry. I never did it for a while. But my sister Violet I used to work with my sister Violet, and we cut a lot of fish and dried them too. She passed away last November. So she did a lot of stuff. She was the one that took after my mom. She used to tan hide. She used to cut fish and dry meat and do all kind of crafts. And I was the opposite. We'd go picking berries. My mom would take us picking berries, and I hated picking berries. I just eat the berries, you know. And it wouldn't take very long, and they would fill a big birch bark basket full of berries and bring it home. But even today, I don't like going picking berries. But some of my childhood I don't remember. It's like I went on a blackout after my father died. I lost some of my childhood memories and stuff, and me and my brother talk, and sometimes I'll remember things, and sometimes he'll remember things and stuff like that, you know, as we were growing up. But I didn't know why that was until I was growing up, and I started thinking about it. I wonder why I was like that, you know. Why did I forget this and that? And I don't know if it was trauma, how I dealt with trauma then, and nobody worked with us with our trauma. We just lived our life, you know, and just how it ended up. Sometimes my sister Anne would tell me, remember when we did this or whatever? And I try really hard to remember because I don't want to say no. And she'd really remember every word of it too, and I try to remember, and I can't remember, and I was there. She said you were there. But it's really strange. Even when you get older, you lose your memory too, eh? Anyway, it was so neat, our fishing times before. We never had to worry about nothing. We never had to worry about, you know, conservation officer coming around or whoever else around there, you know. And then as we got older, and everything starts happening. You got to watch where you go fishing. You got to watch what time of the year you go hunting, and all these kind of stuff. They put a stop to it, and if you get caught out there, you get charged just like every other white man. They get charged when they're fishing or hunting out of season. And it's really strange to have to deal with all those things. You never dealt with it when we were little and when we were young. But when we went to residential school, they took away a lot of stuff. We lost everything at home because we were at school most of the year. So we lost a lot of our culture there, and we had to learn it again when we come back. And I went to school 4 miles away from sugarcane, and when I did, it felt like I was far, far away from home, that I could never go home again. There was only 4 miles. You don't think, when you're young and you get depressed and stuff like that. So, but even today, I feel bad when they have to get fish for us some other place because our fishes are not running or something like that, and something disrupts the fish coming through our rivers. And to me, it just feels better to have our own fish, to dry our own fish, rather than having people go up north and bring in by truckloads. And, I think about that. It's too bad that it stopped, whether by landslide or by whatever. But I don't know what else to say about it, but it's very different. It's changed. Treaty has changed the fishing rights and hunting rights and stuff. So I thought I'd like to share with you today.
Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate your sharing. Shirley is new to the panel this year. It's her first time. She says she's not an elder. I just thought I'd point that out before she gets started.
My name is Shirley Bowie. I'm from the Axel Nation. I grew up in and around the Cariboo, and Rhonda, our chief, explained it most eloquently yesterday, talking about how they lived off the land. It's very enjoyable doing that, which not very many of us do anymore. We live in a city. We have to have our husbands and wives work to make sure that our children are cared for. And on climate change, I find it as getting very bad. It has been for the last 15 or 20 years. And after I found out that Gibraltar had a disperser in the Fraser River, I'm sorry, but I quit eating salmon altogether. And it was one of my favorite sources of protein. And it's like everything else then our lands and in our products, the pesticides and the not goodness that's grown with them anymore to make food last longer, which just gets wasted anyway. I try my best not to purchase double wrap stuff or single-use plastics, and I enjoy making my own food.
Good job. Thank you, Shirley. So our surprise elder who is going to share his knowledge with us today, Ralph, you're welcome to weigh in on how you feel about fishing.
I am Ralph Phillips, and I'm from Soda Creek. He said, that's old. I can't even say it myself. I'm not an Indian. 80 years, 70 years ago, something like that, I went to the residential school, and they told me that you hear a dog bark, and they could understand that dog better than they could understand our language, And I was only about 12 years old, and they told us that we were dumb Indians, and the only time I was smart was when you give me some wine. That's what made me smart, and that's why I'm still alive today. And my mother and my dad were at Soda Creek when I was a kid, and they used to fish, and my mother used to hunt squirrels on her surf there. Hell, we had everything we wanted. Then I go to residential school for a couple of years. I went to school for 3 years. I was so smart, they kicked me out of kindergarten. And so I went through life that way. And only time I was smart if I was drinking wine. And I guess the good thing about it, though, is after getting this old and you see my grandchildren that all graduated, and I only have grade 3, but you see them doing something with their life. It's just like talking about the fish today, like not many people go down the river anymore. And they talk about the mine polluting the water, and I got a couple of grandchildren that work up there, and I was listening to them in a workshop there one day, and they were saying that our grandson checks the water that comes out from the mine into the river, and they check that below there, and it's okay. And they check the water coming down from Prince George, and they find out that the water from up Prince George is worse than the one that comes out of the mine. So my people still say that the mine is no good. But, I can't say that because my grandchildren work there. I gotta shake hands with the cement once in a while and say they're doing good for me, but I don't get nothing out of it. But that's the way life is, and that's the way it is with the fish, like every year the fish has been getting less and less. And about 3-4 years ago, like the people were catching lots of fish and people selling it, and you see a lot of waste of salmon and that. And one of my kids was saying, look at that, people throwing away the fish and doing all this stuff with the fish. Then they're wondering why we have no fish coming up the river. Because the Creator says you guys don't need it anyway, So we have to do something different. We have to start respecting what's out there for us. Because there's a lot that is there, and there's fish there if we want it. But the thing that I think has really got to happen is that we got to start getting to the government, because you watch TV and you see these people down there fishing with these big boats, and they got these big nets, and they throw them out, and then one catch with this boat, and they take as much as we catch up the river there in a year, and they're telling us we got to quit fishing. They've been telling that us all my life. Since I was a little boy, I remember the government saying, what we got to do, we got to eat canned meat, that's good for you, Must be all right, I'm still alive, though. And these are the things that we have to start looking at as elders and as people, people of different color. We got to look at that we have to respect what we have. And if we're going to look at the fish, we got to start telling the government that, hey, you guys are doing worse than we are. They got no respect for us. They treat their dog better than they treat me. Because I watch people, how they feed a dog. I tell my friends, I said, holy, feed your dog better than me. So that's the thing. And the fish are there. It's just that we got to work harder to get them, and there's not as many. I think that's where God is showing us something, that we need to start praying. Kneel down. If I kneel down now, I can't get up. So that's the part that comes. Is like these last few years now, like a couple of years ago, I had a stroke and I thought I was going to die. And my kids are right there now. They don't want to lose me, And I was telling a friend of mine in AA, I said, I'm going to die. He said, I feel like I'm going to die. He said, no, you're not going to die. He said, God don't want you up there. There's too many people up there, and you'll be trying to take over anyway. And he said, you go to hell. There's too many of your friends down there, so he wants to keep you here for a while. So that's why I'm able to come and tell you tell you people some lies once in a while, you know, so make it sound good, you know, that we're doing all right. You know? But I believe today that everything that happens, we can make it better for ourselves if we as Native people get together instead of saying this person's from sugarcane, because I got relatives from sugarcane and I never see them, you know, and see my cousin around a little while ago, you know, but it's something that we think it's wrong, or I think it's wrong, but it's not wrong. It's just that I'm too lazy to get out of the house now. Like they had to pry me out of bed this morning to bring me down here, you know. Had to have a cup of strong coffee before I could get up. You know, but the fish, you know, like, I've watched it when I was a kid, and I used to go down the river, and people talk about the fish that come up. And back then, you could just about walk across the river on a fish. There were so many to see them going up. You know, and people say that's not true, and it is, you know, because I seen it happen. And my grandmother, you know, I'm 86 years old now, and I start having dreams about what my grandmother used to say and what my grandmother used to do. And I can just see it, the stuff that I've left behind of what my grandmother taught me and my mother. You know, I was saying my mother was really mean, but I was talking to my brother one day, and he was saying, you know, she was a really nice lady, you know, and now I find out she was, you know, because when I used to be really young and I was going to jail, and she'd come and bail me out, you know. But, you know, that's all tied up to the fish, why we have done and why we're having a hard time today. It's because we're letting things go by without stopping it. I better quit now before I put you guys to sleep.
Ralph, you are a very enjoyable speaker. Don't you worry, you're not going to put us to sleep. So our youth have some questions that they're going to ask their elder. So Sadra Archie is up, and she is going to ask Agnes Jack a question. Sadra, do you have your question prepared for Agnes?
With the fish populations deteriorating, what traditional methods can be used to help grow or replenish the populations?
Give me your question. Just as long as everybody else heard it. Did everybody hear the question? Or would you like me to repeat it? Repeat? Sadra's question is, with the fish populations deteriorating, what traditional methods can be used to help grow the fish population? Agnes is going to answer her question. Thank you, Sadra. I think you stumped your elder, Sadra. She might have to pay you back this afternoon. The rest of the elders are welcome to weigh in on the question if you would like to review it.
Population deteriorating. I can read it. Oh, okay. What traditional methods or wellness methods can be used to help grow the fish population? Research could be one. Try to find out what the problem is, right?
Sadra's question is, what resources would you use to replenish the fish?
I'm really not sure how to answer that question.
How would you replenish the fish, Agnes, if given the opportunity to take over? How would you go about replenishing the fish population?
I understand the question, but I'm not sure how to answer that because our people have been fighting to increase the populations for long time through our fisheries program. And our people have been wary of the need for protecting our fish, other than ensuring that the fish get up to the spawning area in the numbers that's necessary to keep the populations growing, which means our people fish will catch less, which is very difficult to. It's not an easy thing for our people to be asked to catch less fish when there's still quite a need. You ask the elders especially how many fish they had in the bad years, and a lot of times it's less than a dozen, and the need for fish is greater than the catches today. So I think what really needs to happen is the commercial fisheries needs to be seriously taken into consideration, and they're decreasing the numbers that they catch. When you talk about the test fisheries on the coast, for us, test fisheries would be catching maybe 30, 40 fish, but on the coast it's more like 400 or 500 fish in their test fisheries. And then I don't know what happens, what they do with that test fishery. So I'm not quite sure what our people could be doing other than what we've been doing for the last 20, 30 years, is studying what's happening to the fish in the spawning areas.
Thank you so much, Agnes, for answering that question. Is there any other elders who would like to weigh in on this question? Or should we move to the next question? Next question?
Actually, I'm thinking that the commercial fisheries has to stop at the mouth of the Fraser and into the strait so that we can get our fish stocks replenished naturally instead of having to come in with all sorts of different scientific anomalies that the government would like to do. We have to change the federal government and the provincial government's way of thinking about how everything is the almighty buck as our world goes to hell in a handbasket. And I strongly believe that. In every treaty meeting I've ever gone to and every worker I've ever talked to, I always say, why are we fighting for our own land? Why don't we just go in and kick them off? That's what I think. If we were a landlord, that's what you do. Well, they've rented our land long enough and haven't even paid for it, but have wrecked it. And it's time to take that stand.
Thank you, Shirley.
I'd like to say thank you to the people that put all of this on. It's so enjoyable to come here and see people I haven't seen for a long time, family, friends, and cousins. Thank you for all being here.
Thank you so much, Shirley. Kian Philbrick, are you ready with your question for the your elder? Roy Christopher, your youth is going to ask a question. I will bring it up to you once he's done reading it out.
Hello. My question is, with landslides pouring into our rivers, what are signs for fishers to watch out that our fish is unhealthy?
I'll repeat the question for everybody. So Kian's question is, with landslides pouring into our rivers, what are signs for fishers to watch for as fish, to see if fish are unwell or unhealthy? So what signs should we watch for?
Well, well, as we all know, there's, and we heard this morning some of the studies that have been done and carried out throughout the Fraser. And we hopefully learned a lot from the one big slide that happened a couple of years ago, looking at some of the ways that we can remedy those landslides and deal with them in a expedited way. So having more of our people being guardians of the land, informing the fisheries that a problem occurred as soon as possible so that they can act in a timely manner, and involving our people to participate in those remedial work that needs to be done. And I think they done the last big slide, they done a fairly good job in that area. But again, as climate change increases, more likely of floods and storms that are happening now, we have to be aware that these are going to be reoccurring concerns that we need to be aware of and set up and inform our guardians, have our guardians looking after those areas where there might be likelihood of landslides. So that's one area that could be done by our own people, reporting to our fisheries manager, ensuring that those sites where there's concern are identified, and having our staff keep an eye on them. That is one way that we can keep ahead of some of those disasters that we're going to become accustomed to. Qelmucw.
Thank you so much. I made a tiny error. Roy's youth was actually another youth, but that's okay. Alexis, if I could get you to ask Mary your question that you have. Thank you so much.
What traditional methods can be used to store fish for long periods of time?
What methods would you use to restore fish for a long period of time?
Yeah, what traditional methods can be used to store fish for long periods of time? And I'd say right away, dry. If you dry all your fish, you can keep it for a long, long time. You can even put it in your freezer. And frozen fish too, freeze your fish, you can keep them for a long time. Canning especially is even better. You can keep canning stuff for years and be able to have fish at all times. And I don't know if that's answer the question.
Is
that good? Yeah. Yeah, but that's some of the ways I was thinking, and we can, store all the fish for a long, long time. Okay.
Qelmucw. Is there anybody that would like to weigh in on that, restoring the fish for the future? Is there anybody that would like to weigh in on that, or should we? We're kind of running out of time. We have one more question for Shirley, and I'm pulling a blank. I'm looking right at you. Huh? Ralph. One last question. You're welcome to ask your question, Alexis. Or no, it's not Alexis, sorry. Roxanne.
What is your favorite method of hunting or gathering that you have learned?
What is your favorite method of hunting and gathering that you have learned? Shirley, you can start.
That I haven't learned?
That you have learned.
I don't know if I learned it or not. I just know that I used to go out hunting with my dad because I thought I was a tomboy. And my mother made me pick berries. I mean, it's just picking berries. There's no method to it. Berries are ready, you go out and pick them.
What's your favorite method, though? If you were to talk about your childhood, what is your favorite thing that you recall when it comes to gathering and hunting?
My dad always told me that my favorite stew was squirrel stew, and I would always come back for seconds.
Thank you for sharing. Ralph, do you want to weigh in on your granddaughter's question? I wish you would have seen his face, Roxanne. I said, would you like to weigh in Roxanne's question? He gave me a side eye. Where did the question go? Over here.
Oh, no, that's not.
That's the old one?
Yeah. It's right here, this one here. Oh, we didn't get his.
We didn't even get it yet. All right. That's your granddaughter's question.
It's like a grandfather hide it, eh? You sure don't fool around when you ask questions anyway, huh? This part, I really have to go back to when I was a kid, because we never did a lot of this, or I never did a lot of this. All I was doing was just looking for my drink and wine. That's the best part of it. But, you know, to learn how to gather, you know, like my grandmother, when I was a little boy, my grandmother, you know, she was old as I am now, and the stuff that she could do, you know, and I never seen that till lately when I start seeing how strong that old lady was, you know, and the caring that she had for what she knew. You know, like I listened to a lot of the older people that talked about her and talked about old people. You know, a lot of them, they said, okay, we want you to learn Shuswap. But they took it away at the residential school. My grandmother never taught me how to speak the language. But anytime her friends come to the house, they would all sit there and talk in the Shuswap language. And I didn't think that a person could learn that way. But one of the things that really happened is, and this is tough because I have a granddaughter today that's going to school for Shuswap in Qelmucw. And she's talking the language with elders down there. And one day I was sitting there in her other room listening, and I heard this elder talking. And I sat there for a while, and so I wanted to get up. I got up and I went to listen. I wanted to see who this elder was, this new elder was that was talking. And I got in the other room, and it was my granddaughter sitting on a table. You know, and you look back and you think, I look back and I think how hard it was to learn the language. But here's my granddaughter now. She's sitting there talking to her grandmother. And they're talking about language in Qelmucw and how it is up here. And there's difference. There's stuff that crosses over. Every once in a while, she'll come up and she'll get her grandmother to go down to talk about the language, talk down there to the people down there. And we find out there is a difference because of how the government has been riding us all along and wanting us to get away from that. And now the government is putting money in there to go and learn it. And you don't, and I don't want to, but yet my granddaughter is there, and she's got her little niece already that's going to talk the language, you know. So no matter what I say, no matter how bad I say it is, there's always somebody else that comes along and shows me that no, it's not hard. It's just hard in my head. No, that's hard. It's hard between my ears. It's hard to get going. So to see the things and to hear the things today, that we as Shuswap people, we're not doing the things that we really need to do. We're spending the government's money. Every year they come out and they say, okay, you went to the residential school, we'll pay you. They pay you to keep quiet, you know, they give you some money so you run out, you know, the Indian will run out and buy himself a new car right away. So that's what they do, you know, so we got to change these things, you know, and this is what I have to learn all over again, that nobody's going to give me nothing, you know, and right now I'm in a place where I don't want to be here, but my children don't want me to go anywhere, you know. So it's something that I have to really look at and think about what my grandmother did to be like her grandmother, to be able to talk the language. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank all of the elders who participated willingly and unwillingly in this panel today. If you could give them a round of applause, that'd be greatly appreciated, and you will see our youth again this afternoon. Qelmucw so much. We'll exit the stage and we'll be back again this afternoon.
Thank you to the elders and youth. Thank you for your good words. Qelmucw Gedaks Qelmucw Secwepemc Alma Lachaycht Qelmucw Qoy de Sweat Cookstapco Hei is Qelmucw. As we organize for lunch, please keep in mind that the elders going through the line with assistants who are bringing meals to those elders who need extra help. We will then let everyone know when they can start to line up for lunch. Your patience is, as we provide the elders, is appreciated. So please, elders.
Got a prayer.
Oh.
We have a prayer from.
Oh. Pin ma kwakonchichtels. Virginia Gilbert.
Wait, Virginia Gilbert Esquest. I'd like to say a prayer and give thanks for the food that we're about to eat. Ask God as we understand Him and thank Him for what He has given us today. Old Qelmucw Gukstach Guknianer Smastum Okena Anna Old Qelmucw be Qelmucw niana the smash them okay. The ba the kia the mama the papa. Old Qelmucw be Qelmucw niana the smammeled the ims the ims. Old Qelmucw be Qelmucw niana the iln the tania the mouths tree swell spakbak malaman. Old Qelmucw be Qelmucw niana start the self. Oh, Great Spirit, I want to thank you for this day. Thank you for bringing us all together here to put our minds together for our future generations. And Great Spirit, I want to thank you for my grandmothers and grandfathers, my mom and dad that taught me what I know today so that I could pass it down to my future generations. And Great Spirit, I want to thank you for my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren. Great Spirit, and I want to thank you for the food I eat and the water that I drink. Thank you for the moose meat, the deer meat, the salmon, the berries, and our medicines out there, Great Spirit. And I want to thank you for the water that I drink. Oh, all my relations, Qelmucw, Latin, Oopsman, my heart is glad.
Qelmucw Squanchin. Okay, Pin.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep in mind that we are sharing this meal with all of us, so only take what you need and try not to leave anything behind. One of the best parts of this assembly is our effort to present a bilingual assembly for you in both Secwepemctin and English. And so we are very, very fortunate to have Julianne Peters, who has been with us as the Master of Ceremonies. And Julianne, later on this afternoon, will be in Kamloops at the opening ceremony of the Memorial Cup. And Julianne will be singing O Canada in Secwepemctin. So she needed a little practice, and we thought it would be a good idea if she did that for you now.
White Julianne Peters and Secwepemcstin. Matt Sachichtelman, Qelmucw Pin de Sitkt. Qelmucw at milkskuchtamskast yuch mintamkuch chwachwiulechwam juch mintamkuch stes yarabs at milkskuchtachemstem Chwachwiulechwam Qelmucw yuch mintamkuch dat milch Tkalt kukbi and which quenstachat milch Qelmucw yuch mintamkuch dat milch Qelmucw yuch mintamkuch dat milch.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. I thought she was great. So good luck this afternoon. And I just think it's wonderful that you're representing this afternoon for a lot of people. So I think that's wonderful. Thanks again. I am hopeful that Elizabeth Pete will be just around the corner here. Elizabeth, she has got her lunch. She's waving gladly and approaching the stage. So I just want to say that early in the process, as the committee was meeting, we received a description from Elizabeth, because this theme of land is something that she was so close to. And so one of the things that she did was she sent me an idea about some of the trails, some of the sacred places. And so for Elizabeth, she wanted this opportunity to speak about land, and we're just so pleased to be able to present her. So ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome the Treaty Manager for Canham Lake, Elizabeth Pete.
It has been brought to our attention that there are children running around up in the bleachers, and we just want to make sure that we're keeping quiet for the presentations as people are having a hard time hearing. So parents, if you could check in with your children during presentations.
Qelmucw, to follow a trail. In the past, many of you, without the highways, would have gotten here with a trail. In our language, that's Qelmucw. I will share with you 3 stories around this topic, the theme for this event. The first is about an elder who is now gone, but shared her story with us some years ago. The second has to do with one of our World War II veterans who returned from the war. And the final piece is from Qelmucw history and our historical healing practices. Qelmucw, to follow a trail, but also to abide by rules. Other related terms include Qelmucw. That's to nick trees. You go along and you nick the trees, and you mark the trail. A trail marked by breaking branches when you're going along. And a trail in a forest marked with nicked trees. The trees connected the ancestors not only to the resources necessary for survival, but other Secwepemc. Those trails crisscrossed Secwepemc. It also connected the trade routes. Julia Elizabeth Archie, daughter of Patrick Stanislaus, mother, aunt, friend, known to many of us as Aunt Lizzie, shared with us her experience of going to the mountains in the 1920s. Back then, students attending St. Joseph's Residential School had two weeks at home with their families. to spend in the summertime. Her dad, in his wisdom, chose to bring her to the mountains to hunt the caribou. Back in the day, our people were caribou hunters. Henry Bob served in World War II with the Canadian Army as a sapper. That meant that he had to walk in front of the front lines of our people who were fighting the war, and many of our Aboriginal veterans were in the front lines. This man, Henry, walked ahead of them, and his job was to look for the buried landmines. It was a very dangerous job. It's been said that he was good at his job. He took pride in caring for his armory supplies and his equipment. Upon returning from overseas, he rode horseback from Canham Lake to Jasper Park, going through the southern part of Azure Lake. He was gone for probably more than a month. Qelmucw at one time had at least 2 areas where my people traveled for healing purposes. And given the previous population estimates, there was more than likely more than one of those healing places. There are probably quite a few more. The one was located over at Qelmucw, and our people traveled south from Canham over towards Danikka Lake country, and the other one was over at Lone Butte, and that piece there was a rock that was shaped that had the shape of a man. That was the other healing place that our people traveled to. And it is said when they built a road through there, in the words of one of our elders, they knocked it over like it was nothing. Equivalent today of leveling somebody's church. She was so angry, yet today, all of these years later, that was destroyed. In the examples above, trails were followed, the ancient trails. In Aunt Lizzie's example, she had come from a strict environment at the residential school. So in that area, she followed rules, just as she followed the trail. In the residential school, she followed rules that were laid out by someone else. On her journey with her family to the mountains, she followed the trails. And on the trails of her ancestors was also the trails on her journey toward healing. So it comes back around. You go back out on the trail and you go there for healing purposes. With Henry Bob, he also lived by army rules the whole time he served. And in his travels to Jasper, he was on the trails. And again, many of our elders who were served in the world wars were horsemen as well. Horses helped them to heal, as well as being on the land, it helped them. So again, he was following the trails in the army, or abiding by rules in the army, and on the land he was on the trails, helping himself to heal. Both elders have left us with lasting legacies. Aunt Lizzie, known for her hard work to support her family and actively participate in her community. And Henry, his quiet strength, he utilized his knowledge about being on the land by himself. He too kept his unique sense of humor and passed traditional knowledge to his nephews and nieces. And I don't know if Lyle John is in the building here. I had a cousin, Floyd Daniels. About a month ago, I overheard Lyle John talking about going up to Lang Lake with the Bob family. That was the elders reaching out, saying, we can take this one, we can take that one. We'll show them the land, we'll show them how to be on the land. And it was, Lyle John was telling his story to somebody else, but I enjoyed being the nosy neighbor down the way there, listening to what he had to say. And those older people were very good at, selecting who they wanted to mentor out on the land. And to hear about it so many years later was really a gift, I think. With the Qelmucw getting to the healing rocks meant following the trails, the same ones used for generations by our ancestors. It meant being on the land, among the trees, along lakesides and streams, along the way, visiting the old camping sites, remembering stories, visiting the hardships and the joys of the ancestors. All of those practices supported the healing as well. At the journey's end, there was a ceremony with prayers, songs, offerings, in honor of those who had gone before. Today, it remains unknown when the last healing practice occurred at the Healing Rocks. When I come to the Qelmucw suggests a course had been laid out, if followed, led to somewhere, some destination. Unspoken in those actions is the concept of order, of safety, of reaching one's destination, and of ensuring the survival of the Secwepemc and Secwepemc. And therein is the explanation of this year's theme, Qelmucw. And thank you for listening, and enjoy your meal. You eat, Juk. We should hold this once in a while when you speak. That's what our old people used to do.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Jam.
It's a symbol.
Qelmucw Elizabeth. We thank you. Chut Liz, she said that this was the way of our people and that I should hold this. So, Peen, I will. Elkskuch, maar knuchen sweates, he is smettelchten, noot na chwalchten, maar knuchendels, es genem peen de seet, as la bechoutes, kokstako chochwaad de Elksman de NSTC. Our reception staff are ready to help anyone that may need assistance. There is a room available in the building that has been set aside as a wellness area and is staffed once again today with Canham Lake band members who have been looking after the people for the last 2 days. Our continued thanks to temporary staff, volunteers, presenters, and staff from the NSTC. Qelmucw and Chechwa Slachumchins Nispaluk, Stlumhuluchum Alstietum. I'm still Julianne Peters. And I have been your MC for the NStQ Citizens Assembly 2023. La es weekdomen pien de seat A. It's good to see you all today. still. La Asukentwacht. It's good that we have all gathered here. Julianne Ray Peters and Squext. My name is Julianne Ray Peters. Ke'aba'a in Squestatia. My nickname is Ke'aba'a, which means grandmother, grandfather. And I love telling this story because it's so funny that I used to cry, I don't want to be Ke'aba'a anymore. But now I am very proud of my name. I am very proud to carry the name of my grandparents, Antoinette, Julianne, Archie, and the late Ray Peters. So, Antoinette, Julianne, Archie, as Marianne, Emile, and Kikia'a. Ray Peters, as Freddie Christopher, Lou, Lynn Chochpa'a. My grandmothers are Tony Archie, Marianne Emile. My late grandfathers again, Ray Peters and Freddie Christopher. Angela Peters and Kikacha. My mother's Angela Peters, Ivan Christopher and Kakcha. My father is Ivan Christopher. Mark Audi and Kakcha Aitya. My stepfather was Mark Audi. He was the kindergarten teacher out in Qeschin at Eliza Archie Memorial School. Whitney Walsha and Stlmkekkel. My daughter is Whitney Walsha. Warren Cardinal Rain and Sissi. My sweetheart is Warren Cardinal Rain. Echa Elks twin. Na Kusum, the Loch Mountains, na Elkston, the Secwepemc, na Gultons, Gultans. I work for Qelmucw's Language and Culture Department as a community teacher. Pin the seat, Elkston, na Slachamchin. Oh, Slachamchichin. I'm your announcer today. And that's what I'm working as. Pin Ui, right now. Chwachuyuisim is Elkst, Metest Utlach Nisakotmochchin. I love working with our elders in the language. Antoinette Archie, Elsie Archie, Marie Antoine, Diane Sandy, Leona Calhoun, Bridget Dan, Cecilia DeRose, Garlene Dodson. Those are Tlok Memilton, my teachers. Kasmintum, Womat Yaus, Chachwaid, Nisakotmachutluch, Lut, Lamona Jules, Flora Sampson, Roger Porter, Daniel Calhoun. We will forever miss all across Secwepemc, the late Mona Jules, Flora Sampson, Roger Porter, Daniel Calhoun. Those were 4 of my language teachers we've lost in the last year. Slats is Knuchenchel as Jim Stuhlman. You have all really helped me, and I respect you all. Chachui Stuhlman, Pien, as well Matyaus. I love you all now and forever. Cookstepkuch. Tkintep kuch asuchamochchin, lum kwakayusmentum, cookstep kuch pin de seat, maklay and twelcht, metas huichaitem, look almuch, look asses loot, net called good look, tleet na hen, cookstep kuch. We thank you all for carrying the language when you were suffering. We thank you today because we may be able to converse with the ancestors, the people of long ago, in the good hunting ground someday. We thank you all. Qelmucw.
I guess I have to do a traditional greeting. They gave me this. Wake Coquaitum, Eric Sanis Rensquest. My name is Eric Sanis. My mom is Georgie Mariah Faulkner, and my dad was Alf Gunnar Sanis. My grandparents on my mom's side are John and Fanny Faulkner, and my grandparents on my dad's side are Svenis and Alfhild Sanis. My family in Norway is about 200 years from chasing reindeer herds. We're Sami. And for me, this experience is really about the restoration of language, the gathering of people, and my own effort at reconciliation. I'm the communications manager for the Northern Shuswap Tribal Council and the Northern Shuswap Treaty Society. It's been my honor to be among Secwepemc people for 5 years, to learn language, to learn culture, to learn traditional practice. I am so grateful for everyone who has come out today to be with us and was here for these 2 days. I am so grateful for the committee that has been working on this event since January. So grateful for my staff, Donna and Valerie and Sabrina, who are always there to hold me up, and all of the other staff in the 4 nations who have contributed their time towards this event. Once again, thank you all. Qelmucw. I don't know, you get verklempt when you start to talk about your ancestors. For some reason, you get all like you want to cry. Julianne almost crying, I'm almost crying. So let's get on to something that's really interesting. Emergency management. How important is that for anyone who lived through the fires in 2017 and 2018? You know how important that is. We were very fortunate to have Dawn McGrath attend with us. She is currently working on a PhD in civil engineering, and the video we're about to show you is a part of her dissertation. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the emergency management film that Dawn has put together. It's not officially released until Monday, but we're happy to present it for you during the noon hour today.
I'm the elected chief of the people of the White Earth. We are located in the northwest corner of the Secwepemc Nation. I've been working in emergency management now since 2017-18 during the fires and the floods that happened. But what you'd consider an emergency in my community is not what the province would constitute as an emergency, because we're a remote community. These are emergencies for us because we are a remote community that still rely heavily on harvesting the animals and harvesting salmon for food resources. Indigenous knowledge is not something that we take lightly. For example, as a matriarch, the matriarchs know the culture, traditions, on what to do with children. So we have to rely heavily on them. And when we talk about the family atmosphere and the matriarchs, that knowledge needs to be kept and followed. I'm just trying to figure out where to start. You know, from 2017 to 2022, you know, we had, during COVID, during the fires and the floods, our roads were, you know, a lot of them were washed out. If there was going to be ambulatory care, it'd have to be air. That was the only way you could get in and out. So roads is one of the biggest issues for access. The second is because we were evacuated and because we were on lockdown, we really couldn't develop our infrastructure further. And the cost of living out of community is staggering compared to what they have in their own homes. You know, so I think developing that and creating a process for that, I think is a need. When we talk about the capacity within the community, that we need so many things in our community. It's, you know, you can pull straws basically.
Well, what we're getting right is our inherent community thinking. You know, it's one for all, not all for one. And that's where we get it right.
With all that we've been through, what would you say is the one thing that really sticks with you, that's marked your soul?
Like I say, no matter what, no matter the traumas we've been through, you know, that community mindedness, that's what always sticks.
Build the morale in.
Hello. Good afternoon. This is Sabrina. The youth panel contestants. Sadra Archie is in the Elders Lounge. If you're a youth panelist, please meet her there to have a little discussion about what you're going to be talking about on the stage. Feel free to have lunch first. She'll be there for a little bit. In the Elders Lounge, the youth panel. Thank you.
The traumas we've been through, you know, that community mindedness, that's what always sticks.
Build the morale in other communities when they come to us with our cultural knowledge. Like, how can we help folks understand the power and significance of our presence?
We just make sure that we're on an even keel, you know. We treat them as we would treat our family, and we just let them know that we're there for them and can help out in any way we can.
The one thing I noticed is how some people really changed coming through the emergencies we've been through, especially in a community.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it shifts your inner being, and I see that they're struggling with that, with mental health and emotional supports, and I just don't really know how to fix that.
We just gotta, you know, just realize we have a lot of partners out there that's willing to help too, and we just need to get those partnerships done at the early part of the crisis as quickly as we can, you know, with Red Cross and with other agencies and organizations. We need to load them at the top on how to treat our people, what they need, the care that they need, and the extra time maybe to explain things, you know, to our elders or to disabled people.
Mentoring in our communities, how important and relevant is that with emergency management?
So important. Mentoring is the way to teach. It's always been our way to teach. We've always had, you know, the 3-generation families or 4-generation families you know, of our grandparents, great-grandparents, our parents, and our children. And each generation is used to help in a certain way. That's always been there. And we just need to learn how to project that to our partners that we work with. You have the, you know, the background teachings of your parents and of your grandparents and all your relatives. They know, you know, within our matriarchal society that you're ready to take this on. And you know that. And so we just let you march forward.
It was a big burden.
It is a huge burden. I know I've cried over that in my young years.
Veterans' hearts, we went to war in this country against something we couldn't see or feel or touch. And we had to battle through a lot of unknowns. And that battle wasn't just with the environment, it was also with people that were caught in a state of ignorance that didn't understand. A lot of the time people don't understand that the government is just a framework to help find solutions, but they're not to provide those solutions. It's still up to the public and the contributors in society to come with those solutions and to be forward focused in how do we manage and mitigate these situations as they arise, because that work of many can't be done by a few.
We need to be a part of the management on our lands. We need that to be there at the table in full force with all the knowledge that we do have. This is our homeland. This here where we are standing on, my family's been here 11,000 years. Like, it's documented, it's recorded, it's real, it's scientific. And so, I hear you. Yep, it's true. We have a lot of people that have been hurt through all the traumas, you know, since the residential school and settlers colonization. And we have those people that we need to help and heal and nurture, but also, you know, there's the people that the grandparents have looked after and nurtured and made us strong, made us the speakers, made us the thinkers, the strategic thinkers, the people that need to be at those tables and to fight as hard as we can.
When showing up in one of our communities, I always take a look at, first off, who's the decision-making authority? What does that look like? It differs for each of our communities. Some are still with elected officials, some are over to an EOC director. There's an approach to try and align that for more harmony. Show up with respect and gratitude for the help that we're able to provide. I don't think a lot of folks really realize we operate as little municipalities and we have a significant amount of resources in-house, right? Like commercial kitchens, schools, health centers, forestry offices, treaty, mapping. And that was a big learning curve for a lot of folks that had first come into our communities to realize how technology advanced us in quite a way that allowed us to be absolute equals at the table when it comes down to being a backup when their systems were failing. There's a lot of stakeholders that like the information to be upfront and readily available during an emergency so that they have some reliance on that. And then the communications, how quick and efficient can we get that out and make sure that it's written in a way that our community membership understands. Like, not everybody's going to read an atmospheric report or a weather index or a snow shed report. We're responsible for translating that information so that it becomes something that a common person would understand.
White, I was told that we would like to acknowledge the NStQ and NSTC for providing ASL at this event. So we're very, very proud to have you here and that we're inclusive. Okay. Okay. So, Qelmucw Qelmucw sweat, pin matchuch mintum, Irene Gilbert, Asqaqalut, NSTC Cultural Society. So now we have Irene Gilbert coming up to talk about the Northern Secwepemc Cultural Society. Please welcome Irene Gilbert.
Then when Irene's done, we'll just introduce her. That is, unless you want to introduce Cody when you're finished.
You can introduce him.
Okay, sure. You're all set. You can ask them to change your slide anytime.
Okay. Wait, Irene Wensquext. When Kakacha George Abbey, when Kikaka Ella Gilbert, when Kia Rosie Gilbert, Amelia Peters Luke, when Baba Willie Abbey and Amelia, when Kia Amelia Peters, I'm from Eskin. I'm the president of the Northern Secwepemc Cultural Society. That in my next slide, I'll show you. The exciting thing about this slide is we have an address, and we broke ground on May 5th. We had a groundbreaking ceremony. So we're started, we're building, and we hope to be open May 2024. You can, next slide. So the board members today for the Northern Secwepemc Cultural Society is me, and then our Vice President, Carrie Chelsea, and his one that sits beside him from Qelmucw is Irvin Johnson. He's the alternate. And then our secretary, Graham Leslie, who is, I always refer to as our mighty pen. He's always writing countless proposals for funding. And then we have Agnes Jack. She's our treasurer from Qelmucw First Nations. And then David Archie, he's our alternate for them. And then Alana Dixon is our interim manager, and she will hopefully will find someone in our northern communities that will take over that role in May 2024. So I'm hoping some strong youth that can represent us will step forward from our communities. You can change the slide. So this started, there was 3 meetings previous to this meeting. This is minutes that I found. I'm a researcher, and I found these minutes in our archives. It was held on Thursday, May 27th, 2004, and there was 3 meetings previous to this. It was held at Clancy's restaurant at Laclahash. Present was Liz Pete, was the first one to start. Graham approached the Cannon Lake Band, and then she was pulled on board as a board member, and she pulled in the other 5 communities. Charlotte Gilbert represented the Canoe Creek Indian Band. Amy Sandy represented the Williams Lake Indian Band. And Graham Leslie represented the 100 Mile House and District Historical Society. So this is us probably, I think this was in 2016, this picture. You see Phyllis and Patrick and Joanne and Alana, Irvin. You can change the slide. Statistics, numbers that tell a story. Since 2004, we've had 41 members from all 5 First Nation communities. We've had 2 architects' designs. The first one was a multi-million-dollar venue. I know it was over $10 million. We're almost up to that now, but at that time it was just, we wouldn't have been able to sustain the operational costs, we realized, so then they went with a smaller version that's being built now at 108. And then there was Fun Story. I think Hatsul's chief, Rhonda, was on that trip. I was. Phyllis Chelsea. The orange shirt, Phyllis Webstat. And Cody's mom, Jean, my cousin Jean, I just about forgot her name. We're all piled into this one van with Terry Robertson, and we traveled on a trip across British Columbia and Alberta, a minivan, 1 man and 5 Secwepemc women. That was a trip to remember. We visited the Stello Nation Cultural Center at Mission. And then we went over to Osoyoos in their cultural center, and then we went to the Buffalo Museum, National Museum in Banff. We went to the Glenbow Museum in Calgary, and then the Secwepemc Museum. We finished off with the Secwepemc Museum and Heritage Culture, just to look at all the different cultural and museum centers to get an idea of what we wanted to see, what we wanted, learn from them, their operation management. Next slide. We have 1 Sucker Creek Bridge. We had opened April 2014. Graham found some funding and got that done. And then the final report by McFarland Marceau Architects. That's the building that we're doing now. The picture, you can go back. The picture is, we're celebrating the lease. Like, we had 3 pieces of lands amalgamated from the highways, BC Highway and Telus and CRD. Al Richmond was here yesterday, and he was the one that helped us get that going, and we amalgamated those 3 parcels and to the parcel that we have today. And they invited me to be part of the lease agreement, and that is the hardest job I've ever had to go through. I was literally biting the inside of my mouth to try to keep awake, because I'm not too good on legal documents. And they were talking about whereases and the correct way to do stuff with words, and I was just like, oh my God. But I survived, and we had a lease. This is the celebration that we have a lease, and I think it's $10 a year we pay for the lease. Next slide. The groundbreaking was done May 5th. We had a big celebration. We had almost all 5. We had 4 communities show up, and it was a beautiful day and an exciting day for us. So if you could go back. One more. Alana said this was a good day, and she picked up the soil and said this is our stories are in this soil. And this gentleman with the pink hat, he asked for the pink helmet, is Kerry Chelsea. He's a board member. Harold Duncan, he was a board member. He was representing council that day. And Willie Sellers came and supported us, and then council member Joseph Alexis Archie. Next slide. And there's Alana holding the soil. Carrie and her are the great speakers of our society. And Elizabeth, it's been day one, and she still guides me. Her and Alana helped me a lot. And we had the drummers out from Secwepemc. Next slide. And some of the pictures of the students that did the prayer and our supporters, the Williams Lake First Nations and Secwepemc. Next one. Our construction company is Alfred Horry Construction Company Limited. Our architect is Marie Marceau, and our project manager is Benjamin, I don't know how to say his last name, I don't want to butcher it. Our superintendent, the person that's always on site, is Dennis Coleraine. And there's the picture, oh, okay, you got some pictures. There's a picture of them, so exciting to see them start to the foundation of our building. Next picture. And there it is. It's been a long, long road. And just before we got the 4 million that February of 2022, 3 months before that, we were going to shelve the project. And then we got a call from Canadian Spaces, CERNAC, and they gave us 4 million. And then after COVID, costs went through the roof. We needed another 1.2 million. And CERNAC, Canadian Spaces, they gave us another $1.2 million. So we have enough to finish totally complete our building. Next. We've completed, on the table back there, we have completed probably 2021-22 year. We completed the Cannon Lake exhibit report. They went around in our community and they met with our elders, they met with community members, they met with our construction company 3 times because there's a lot of knowledge there. They met with our UNP students, they met with all sectors of our community, the wellness, White Feather, and I got them I hired a young lady, Lillian Emile, and I told her to go through the archives and pull out stuff that you want to see in the museum. And that was probably the best thing I did because she just did notes and notes and notes, and she was able to pull out a lot of the stories that have gotten lost. So SXFN did their report. They just finished it. I didn't have a copy of it to share. And then probably May, June, end of this month or beginning of next month, Qelmucw will start. Carrie Chelsea had a name for me, but he couldn't remember the name, so there's an elder that's going to be working in their community to gather their information for their exhibit tree. We're going to begin work on soliciting cultural pieces and vendors from the 5 Northern Secwepemc communities. And this is what Alana will be doing. She'll be soliciting all the cultural pieces and the vendors, like food vendors, cultural pieces, artwork, and she'll be trying to find those pieces to bring them in, showcase their art. And then she's going to also work on creating the job descriptions and policies. And I invite all 5 Northern Secwepemc communities to share their artifacts and history. Alana's the main person that will take the names, Alana Dixon. And if you need to contact her, or you can contact me. I think my information is in the L'chaim, or 397-2002, mapping@canamlakeband.com. And then I'll get in touch with Alana, because she's going to be compiling the lists of all of the stuff that you have to offer for us to display in our center. So, do you have archival material? And if you have people in your community, like a Qelmucw would be Carrie and Irvin, let them know, and then they could probably get a hold of Alana. Strachem Hatlam is Agnes Jack and David Archie. They'll let them know, and then they'll get a hold of Alana. And then me or Alana from Eskin. And so that's my speech. Qelmucw.
Qelmucw Irene. Thank you, Irene, for your presentation. Pin Matt Chuchmintam, Cody William. Oh. The Nakhat means Spiuis Kokloots, Kultans, Kultan Society. Please welcome Cody William, Administrator of the Spiuis Kokloots Language and Culture Society.
Okay. Wait Kuhaidap, La Eswikdom and Huchum na Alien Spilmetkwa. Laas kakniemendam de Huchwait Secwepemcstin na Alia, Pin the Sietkt, and Jedwa Suchlelst, and Kikacha Kachchechems de Chichlem de Secwepemcheska. Lachbaas wa Qelmucwskas and Jedra Suchlelst when some Cheska Cody William that Ahalchas Quinn when Kikacha Jean William le Jean Sandy that Ahalchas Equus Len Kakaja Wilfred William Lu the Haniquit in West Equus Sukdau Skin the Secwepemc El Paschachlam Echwa Elkstone the Spiuis Kokloots Language and Culture Society la 10 years Ubix the Swucht Yanui Jewits was Spiui des Kokloots Language and Culture Society. Hello everybody, my name is my new Indian name is Suchlelst. It's a name my mother passed down to me from her grandfather, Tommy Wycott Sr. She just gave me that name from Williams Lake Band, part Chilcotin and Shuswap. My mother's Jean William, used to be Jean Sandy from Williams Lake First Nation. My father's the late Wilfred William from Nehemiah Valley. I'm the language administrator for Spiuis Kokloots Language and Culture Society for the past 10 years. And just going to give you an update on our activities that we're carrying out update on our language society. So our Senkukbi Swaspi Ui Diskokaloots Language and Culture Society 2021 to 2023 is President Amy Sandy from Tlahal, Vice President Irene Gilbert Eschen, Secretary Treasurer Alicia Gilbert Hatzul, our board members Chwacham Khatam, Darlene Louis, Claire Camille, Tlahal Jean William, Geraldine Bob, Eschen, Antoinette Archie, Elsie Archie, Hatzul, Crystal Rain Harry, Cecilia D. Rose, Skedem, Bridget Dan, Julianne Johnson. We're having our next AGM in Stwacham in June next month, so we're going to go on into our next 2-year Language Society board members. There's a picture there of some of them. The only ones that didn't make it were Antoinette Archie and Elsie Archie. We hope this year we hired a photographer to do some professional photography. So we hope to have a lot of our elders and with photos and pictures here. These are just some of the elders that we work with in our society. So our 2022-2023 programs, most of our funding came from First Peoples Cultural Council, Pathways to Language Vitality. We had a Language and Technology grant, First Peoples Cultural Council, Secwepemcstin, and we had Qelmucw. Those were our main projects from 2022 to 2023. Our Qelmucw, our partnerships, to Qelmucw, to Secwepemc and Simon Fraser University, Qelmucw, Niscontlith, Thompson Rivers University, Shuswap Nation Tribal Council, Secwepemc Nation Language Revitalization Initiative, and Williams Lake First Nation provided funding for our Secwepemcstin project. I'll go into details when we go through more of these. So again, our 2021 to 2023 Pathways to Language Vitality, we had 10 mentor-apprentice program teams. So this idea is we pair up a learner with a fluent speaker for 150 hours, and they get paid every 50 hours. Working on any activities they want to do, might be cultural activities, might be homework. It's unlimited. They're provided with recorders. And so we pretty much take, although our society is made up of the 5 northern bands, we also accept applications for other Secwepemc communities, and we compile all of that recording, all of those, anything that they develop. Some of them develop really good curriculum with stories. One was doing baby baskets, other ones just have a lot of photography. But it's a way to connect a learner with the speaker, and we're on about 4th year of this program. We follow the same kind of method as the First Peoples Cultural Council, but this one's more meant for our Secwepemc communities. Paul Creek curriculum, as you've seen, I passed that one book off to Julianne, and that was our main project. I worked with our Storyteller, Bridget Dan for the most part. It was during the COVID and online, so we've done a lot of this on Zoom. It came up to close to 700 pages and 40 different lessons. It's a continuation. It's more advanced grammar, and as you can kind of see how this is put out, we did that and then we recorded it in December. So it took us about 12 days to record that almost 700 pages. So we have all of that recording, all of this recording, and writing will also go into the Secwepemc app that a lot of you have on your phones. So we've hired 2 other people to start adding all of that this book here that you got in your package too, that's also part of, that will be uploaded onto First Voices, so it'll have audio and visual components added. So we've hired 2 workers, plus I have an assistant that we just hired a couple of weeks ago that's going to also help upload all of that information onto First Voices. So that was Paul Creek Curriculum, Book 2, that took us about almost 2 years to complete. Right now we're also making a teacher's manual. We want to keep the students as much in a language as they're learning. So we're adding extra activities to each of those lessons as we go through them. And it's about 4 classes that they get through 1 lesson. We also had time, we were down there, we recorded a Shuswap course. So those ones were done by May Dixon, Lily Harry, a lot of our trailblazers in our Secwepemc language. So we were able to get those recorded as well. We're going to do some more work on that, and then we'll have that available. But we have that recording available. So our biggest project, and something we've been looking forward to for years, I think since we started this, was to provide language classes and provide, we've seen there was language classes at Thompson Rivers University, but they only went up to 2 courses that they would take 1,000 and a 2,000 course, and that didn't provide very much Secwepemcstin. We couldn't get language speakers out of that. So we were able to attain some funding to provide this Simon Fraser University in NStQ language program. So it's a language certificate and a language diploma program. So these are the programs that are coming up. The Secwepemcstin 133 will be starting in a few weeks, and it can be taken via Zoom. Our booth back there, we have information on how you can go about taking that course. It could be taken for credit, or it could be taken as an audit. Also, again, you see in summer 2023, we have a 158 and a 358 immersion. So an immersion 1 and an immersion 3 will be up at Crooked Lake for 1 whole week with so far 4, but we're trying to confirm 6 fluent speakers to take ethnobotany course to learn about plants in that upper, higher level area. So we're really looking forward to those programs. You see in the fall, we're going to start the other higher level, the 134, the 130 grammar classes, introduction, and other higher level immersion courses, the ones that completed the certificate program. So we have 4 new students this year that are completing their certificate. You've seen the one that was up here, and she was doing stories. That's my niece Danikka. She will be receiving a language proficiency certificate. Also Irene Gilbert and Jen Morgan from Storyteller, and I just forget her name right now. Nicole Shabbos. She was Arthur Manuel's wife before he had passed away. And then the rest of us, there's a few others that are taking the more advanced courses again, so we'll be starting those, continuing at those. And in the future, we hope to have something similar to Qelmucw's full immersion, where the students are fully immersed in all of these courses Monday to Friday and all days, so they can attain the language a lot quicker. Other bands have been able to provide incentives on top of what they receive from their educational funding, and that's what we've been trying to push with our leadership and our bands, to provide a better incentive if they do take these language courses, that they get 1,000 or 2,000 more a month. We know that everything is getting quite expensive, and we should give them incentives for taking language. So these are some of the ones that we have posted coming up, and if you want more information, we do provide it on our Facebook page, and there's also in the back where our new worker Wendy Alphonse is, our language administrator assistant has some other information there if you're interested in these other language courses. The immersion one is where I was teaching these books, this book that you got in your package. And so those are really fun stories, and Danikka really grasped those really well, ma'am. So this year we're continuing with the same kind of projects that I mentioned, doing the edits to the book 2. We're able to hire 3 new staff. Somebody who is able to assist. So we have Brandy Phillips from Qelmucw helping with the First Voices recorder. And we have Ryan Christopher from Qelmucw, who's also uploading that audio and visuals to the First Voices app. And we also hired Wendy Alphonse to be an assistant. We're starting to work on what we're going to call Secwepemc 2, and some of the work has already been done. James Tate had documented over 90 Secwepemc legends back in the 1900s, and those we want to reclaim back in the Secwepemcstin, as back then there was no writing system, so he wrote it in English. So they've already, with Dr. Marianne Ignis, a few of them from down Qelmucw, and work with Cecilia and Bridget. We're going to include others, Tony and Elsie, when we can get all of our elders back together again to start reclaiming those back in the Secwepemcstin. Show you some of the work that's been done on that. A little bit more on our Secwepemcstin. We hope to have a naming ceremony sometime this summer. We think we've gathered enough, some of the names through our naming project. A lot of it's genealogy. We start with one community, but we end up in all over the place in other communities and Qelmucw and whatnot. So we're trying to decipher what the oblates from the 1830s to the 1850s to the 1930s were trying to write, and then we have that down, and we write those down, and we eventually want to give those to members in our community. Also, they've over the years documented a lot of names that they remember, and they want to pass those names on to their community members or their family members if they're not in other communities. So we do that a few Fridays a month, and we'll continue with that, and we hope to have a naming ceremony sometime this summer sometime. A couple of other celebrations. We also assist in the Secwepemc language conference that's usually held in November each year, and so we're already in the planning stages for that. So we'll have that one. It's a really neat conference to attend, and we'll put postings and let people know when those things come up. We also hired on contract Tracy Thomas. She's Tracy Ned. She's going for her master's in Secwepemctin through Simon Fraser University, and we want to update the English to Secwepemc dictionary. That one was, the last edit was done in 2003, so we want to update it. We want to put it back into a Word document. She's going to go and speak with elders and find out other notes that they have. We want to add a lot of the stuff that's in these new books that we developed into that English to Secwepemc dictionary. The one we looked at that we were provided, we went to a celebrating language conference in Spokane, Washington, and we seen their dictionary, and it was about that thick, so we have a long way to go, but we'll get there eventually. Maybe it might be in 10 years, but we eventually want to start updating that, and we're starting that now. Continue to, like I said, we have a videographer and a professional photographer we're going to start working with. So we're going to have some more stories, and with other elders that we never had a chance to meet with, we hope to get some videos on them and other activities that can be videoed. Oh, that's my last, no. I should have had more slides on there. Yeah. So I just wanted to show some of the updates and some of the things. We've been working with some students in visual arts, and they've done some really neat photos or shots of the stories. I wished I could really show you here. Some of them we want to also add is what should go in this book that you've seen when Danikka's up here. Those are the props that I use for teaching that course. Oh, there we go. So you've seen this one, I think she done yesterday, eagle and turtle. That was really one of my favoriteest ones. There's a more longer version to some of these, but this was a beginner level one. And so these were some of the stories. Out of the 16 stories we taught, I think we done 11, so we had 5 more we still could teach. We done this book in 4 weeks with Bridget. Took us 4 weeks, and it was about 3 days to record, so we got this book done fairly quickly. So these are just some of the pictures again that we use when I teach the Secwepemcstin 2 immersion. And you see how she was doing it. Try to teach them about emphasis and give lots of emphasis into the story, make it exciting. And so you seen that one was yesterday. This is the newer one that we're working on with the James Tate stories, and like we're working with university students. This one's about Crane, and that story came from around Horse Lake, somewhere around this area, from James Tate, and how this girl really loved the cranes, and one day went out and talked to them and was whistling at them and calling them to take her, and they came down and actually lifted her up. And then she eventually became one of them. And you could see her at the end, you know, when you see these fly in a V, there's always one that's just a little bit off. And that one's her because she wasn't fully a full crane, but she was made into one. So that's a really neat story. And stuff that we're developing, and we're gonna have more so in book 2. We're also looking at putting these into a website so you can kind of flick through each of these pictures, and it'll have audio, and all the stuff will be on there. This one here is about a wren. He's a wren, and he has the power to make things built for him. So he could tell his powers to go get all of the implements to make all his fishing gear, his nets and drying racks and all of that. So, and then he gets the fish to actually fish themselves out, clean themselves and hang themselves up. So that's another neat story that we've been working on. And see some of this visuals that are coming out of there is going to be quite neat. Looking forward to this. So we've done 21 of the stories, so we're looking to do possibly another 21 this year, and then we hope to get these out. So lots of this. We just recorded some of these. Some of it's advanced Secwepemcstin, a lot more advanced Secwepemcstin in some of these stories. This one is about the color red and how this man was keeping the color red for himself and wasn't sharing it. And so he could see some of the birds and other things when were able to go and steal that color red from him. So now we're able to have that color red. I just wanted to really acknowledge our elders and thanking them for, you know, they're all in their 80s, and I'm so thankful for them to still be continuing to give us this language, passing this language on, and the dedication, the immense dedications that they're providing to us. You know, it's the amount of time they could be retiring, could be enjoying themselves at home, but they still are pushing to keep this language going, and we are so grateful for that, to be able to pass this on. And you know, like Bridget Dan here, the one that I work a lot with, one of my main mentors, Sket, she's the amount of time and dedication to this. She's, you know, she's in her 80s, and she started this when she was 15, helping to develop our writing system, and the amount of time. And all of them, I mentioned all of them that we work with. So, nas with depths we eat na ali was elksendam was Secwepemcstin. We mat elkstem was Secwepemcstin. Well, mat yaws.
The following is from the NStQ Declaration. Secwepemcstin is a key ingredient of our identity that defines who we are and sets us apart from other Qelmucw. Historically, this has been so. We see ourselves as a distinct group and are recognized by others as Secwepem. The lands we occupy and have occupied bear our Secwepem names and our footprints through eons of time. All of the stories through all of the ages bond us strongly to every part of Secwepemc. Our thanks to Cody William. Our next guest is the Director of Self-Government for Secwepemc First Nation. He started in 2017 as Government Transition Coordinator, and shortly thereafter was promoted to SXFN Treaty Manager. Ladies and gentlemen, our next treaty champion, Hank Adams Jr. Video.
Today we continue to lift up and honor our treaty champions who have dedicated themselves to a process for the betterment of their community. Secwepemc First Nation has seen its share of progress, and that is something our next guest has worked hard to achieve. Hank Adams Jr. comes from a long line of community leaders and was brought up to respect tradition, language, and culture. As the SXFN Treaty Manager for the last 5 years, Hank's work at the negotiation table has been during some remarkable change. The return of lands to the nation has especially highlighted the need for practical, experienced people like Hank to be there as a guide for the process that remains. Rooted in traditional practice, but living in the modern world, ladies and gentlemen, please a warm round of applause to welcome our NStQ Treaty Champion, Hank Adams Jr.
Qelmucw, thank you for that, and that was a pretty cool video. I just wanted to introduce myself. I didn't do that yesterday, and just let you know, again, Hank Adams Jr. My father is Hank Adams Sr., former Qelmucw, and my mom is Nadine Adam, and she's from Chuchwa. My grandfather is Willie Adams, and my grandma is Lila Adams. My great-grandfather is Pascal Adams, and grandmother is Delia, and my family will correct me if I'm saying that wrong. And my great-great-grandfather is William, who I just found out where his gravesite is within our community. So shown by one of our elders there, which is pretty cool to have that long history within Canoe Creek area. And so I'm grateful to be here and grateful to be a part of all of this. I wrote up notes and I have a whole bunch of them. I'm just trying to figure out which one is the right one while I'm up here fumbling. But I just wanted to say my family, my background, my nation of Secwepemcstin, I wouldn't be the person I am, the leader I am today without my family, my wife, my kids, my nation, my community that stands behind me. All the information, all the knowledge that I have is because of my elders and the people that I work with, my team that I've worked with over the years, the treaty team. Every one of those people have formed who I am today, and the ability to still be working and in service to you guys and to NStQ, Northern Secwepemc Qelmucw. So again, I just want to say thank you to them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today and doing the things that I'm doing right now, and without the help of all of them and the support that they've been giving me over the years. And I just wanted to give you a background. My dad, former Qukbi Hank Adam, has mentored me since I was a little kid around self-government and what it meant and what Secwepemc culture and language and all these different things that we're talking about today and that we want to protect under our agreement. I have been raised to be able to do this. I fought against it. I was like the young kids here running around all over the place, not really caring, but eventually I understood that there needed to be change, and there needed to be change right now, and that's what I want to be a part of. I've come at a great time to be a part of this team because there's a lot of changes that are happening regardless if you see it or not. And I know a lot of it is not making an impact today on your day-to-day lives, but eventually this will help our future generations to be able to live a better life, full of culture, full of language, full of happiness, full of love, all those different things. And I just want to be able to do that through this process because I know how important it is to our people to reestablish our own laws, our own government, our own style of government. And that's what I want to be a part of, and that's why I'm here today to do that work for all of us, and not just for me and my family. I do the work for each and every one of you and all the kids that are up in the stands there too. I do it for all of them, and that's what inspires and motivates me today to be able to stand up here and be in this position because it is not easy. But I do have a vision for a healthy, self-government, governing nation with true decision-making powers that we've always held within us and that we've always practiced every single year. And I just want to make sure those, again, are at the forefront of what we're doing. And I've said that numerous times since I've been up here. I just want to talk about some of the things that we've been able to do, some positive aspects of what we're able to do is the negotiation of lands, because lands, again, was the biggest thing for going into this process was because of the land issues that we were facing and numerous other things that came along, education, justice, health, and so on. But we were able to negotiate the BC Cattle Company, which is the BC Cattle Ranch, which is an amazing historical land for our community. We understood that we've always been there for thousands of years, and that was rightfully ours. Our people built that ranch to be where it was today. Without the help of them and being able to be out on that land, working the land, working with the cattle, creating those good relationships amongst the people to build it up to, a lot of the ranches in this area have been built up that way from our people's hard work and our ancestors' hard work. And so I'm grateful to be a part of that. That took about 3 years at that table to be able to get to where we're at today, where we have ownership of that ranch and we have our people there working on that ranch. And we just got to be thankful because there are 3 historical grave sites on this on this ranch, on the lands. There are, our community used to lie within that ranch too, on the lands on the creek side. Our community garden that is there, our fishing site that's the end of Canoe Creek that meets the Fraser River. So it's such a big thing for us, and we are having a grand opening this Saturday starting at noon. I just want to make sure everybody aware, we did have the posters at our table, so our members and even NStQ, you guys are invited to be able to take part in that and have that ceremony on that land to respect all the ancestors, all the grave sites, because everything that I've read historically, our people just wanted to be able to be buried with their ancestors, buried with their people, and that's what they wanted. So I want to be able to honor our elders and our community to be able to go there and do the right things and do a ceremony for them and just celebrate together for that ranch, because it's such a huge thing. It was never about the ranch, it was about the land that is there, and that's what we're going to continue to do, is making sure the land comes first before the cattle, and that's the way it should be done. I just want to let everybody know I'm not going to spend all day up here, but I do want to make sure that with this agreement that we're being proactive. We're not just reaction. We heard a lot of things that are happening in fisheries and different things. Those are our reactionary approaches, and I'd rather be at the decision-making table to be able to be ahead of those things, be a part of the decisions that are happening in our territory, and make sure it's more proactive, utilizing culture, our language, all of the Secwepemc values that we hold. I want to make sure those are all at the forefront in regards to this. And I know it's not easy, and I know it's easy just to stand up here and say those things, but it's our team, it's our community, it's all of us to be able to make sure those things happen together, and that's why we're gathered here today. And I'm just grateful to be here. I am emotional in a way too, because the BC Cattle Ranch is such a huge thing, and to be able to finally be at the end, I've prayed to the ancestors numerous times to be able to assist me, to give me the wisdom, the knowledge to be able to complete something like that, but I couldn't have done it without my team. Again, I want to make sure former Qelmucw Patrick Harry was there with me too when we were discussing this. They put it on the table, so I really appreciate them and the council that was with them at the time, and Deanie Moore, who is the Director of Self-Government in the past too. I want to thank the former Qelmucw Hank Adam for giving me the tools and the people to help me to get through. You may see me out there, but it's everybody else that was there to be able to support me to be where I'm at, and that's who I want to give thanks to, is all of you guys, my nation. So grateful to be here. Qelmucw, Qelmucw, Juk.
Our thanks to Hank Adams Jr., the hardest working man in Treaty. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short 10-minute intermission before we continue with a story from the Secwepemc Storyteller. And then we're on to the rest of our program through this afternoon. One more treaty champion to come. And we're looking forward to the presentation from Gord Keener. So 10 minutes, and we'll be back with our program in just a few moments.
Yeah, I don't know where it would be if where's the little hard drive.
So we have the Secwepemc Health Caucus. They want to do some draws, so I'll let Patrick explain, and I'll be helping him out.
Qelmucw, thank you to everyone that took the time to visit our booth over the past couple of days. I know we're going to have a lot of draws here later, so we figure we'd do a few now. we've got some nice Secwepemc Health Caucus cups here. And, it's been a pleasure to attend over the last couple of days. Thank you to the Northern Secwepemc Tribal Council, NStQ. Try to read these. Logan Archie. Does that ring a bell?
Over here?
Thank you, Logan. Cole Daguilis, 604-703-8903. Elsie Archie. Cashton Phillips. Thank you. Two more.
Verna Phillips.
Verna Phillips. I don't know.
Last one.
Okay, last one here.
Dolores Archie.
Dolores Archie.
Right?
Thanks again to everyone who took the time to visit our booth. We're back here.
You want me to just put these over on the side there?
Sure.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so 3 of them were.
Yeah, we'll just put them on over to the side here for those who haven't been able to claim their prize yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a long Secwepemc tradition of storytelling. Before colonialization, the storyteller would travel from village to village. His arrival was always highly anticipated. Similar to this afternoon, would you please welcome our Secwepemc storyteller, Danikka Murphy.
Wait, quite up. Before I start our next Jepdauch, I would really like to acknowledge my teachers, my Qelmucw, who took the time and the energy to guide me and to teach me along my language journey. And this all started back in Murray Sharp, back in grade 4, and with the late Ella Gilbert. And she was the one who really lit that fire, that love for Secwepemcstin, just with her kind, gentle nature, and took every one of her students in like her own. And I strive for that same energy. I want my students to feel that when I come into the classroom. But also, on Sisa, my Uncle Cody and my Kia Jean, Bridget Dan and Cecilia De Rose, I truly thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for taking me in and teaching me the language, not only for myself, but for my children and for everyone else. You truly gave me purpose again. You all saved me, so don't cry. Okay, let's get started before I start to cry. Okay. I just wanted to, I needed to thank you all before I started again. So our next Jepdak is about Secwepemcstin, is about coyote and spider. Oh, button. My words are not changing. Oh no. Can we start that one again? Technical difficulty. This is a short and sweet story. There we go. La ui. Okay, so Nekuesis was Secwepemcstin, So one day, Coyote saw a spider building her house in a tree. Nekuesis was Secwepemcstin, Oh, said, oh, I can do that, said Coyote. Oh, Qelmucw natrap. He climbed up the tree. Qelmucw natrap. Mamestin Judas as ulams deskeki et. And he tried his best to build a spider web. Mamestin Judas as ulams deskeki et. Yachmel was a klapal lak natrap. But Coyote got stuck in the tree. Yachmel was a klapal lak natrap. Dogs asses mwikt was kakit the hoop natrap. Not long after, Spider saw him hanging in the tree. Dogs asses mwikt mist kakit the hoop natrap. Mwepelchwes a quichuenses aslas conuchuenses sosochuenses. So she climbed up the tree and untied him and helped him down. Oh, there's her helping him down. I missed that one. Oh, Secwepemcstin. Oh, what was the last slide? Slow and Jemch? I skipped that one slide because anyways, he said, Coyote, why are you always trying to copy everyone? Qelmucw na elia na tmuch ma jetchuch wat amen na trap. Ma quiquidus wat amen. Pien ma wikt wa willa na trap. Wit wa Secwep lutla best amen. So when the people arrived on the land, they saw furs hanging from the trees. And it was really black fur, dark fur. And now you'll find black lichen hanging from the trees. And that was from Coyote's fur. You read jokes. Secwepemcstin, that's awesome. Next one up for our Jepdak is about Qelmucw. I seen Qelmucw over here. The second one over is Qelmucw. Grizzly bear, Wagner, and mouse. We are just pulling up pictures. This one was a two-part story when we were first learning it. And I remember when I learned part one, I was going into the schools telling my stories and practicing, you know, getting ready for my test too, because, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone. And I did part 1 and it kind of left them on a cliffhanger, and all my students were like, Miss Murphy, is that the end? I'm like, duh, I gotta learn part 2. So I kind of left them hanging for a couple weeks. But they were patient, and they eventually got part 2. So let's get started. So Qelmucw, Secwepemc, grizzly bear and mouse. Oh, these pictures are so cute. I love these pictures. So, mouse was winter dancing. Oh, so they told mouse, go on, sing. Secwepemc de Secwepemc, sing your song. Secwepemc de Secwepemc. Wagner jut. When Jethro Wagner, Dakin bel Secwepemc. Mouse said, I am mouse. I don't have a song. Wagner jut. When Jethro Wagner, Dakin bel Secwepemc. Oh, astalwe jutis when Jethro Wagner, Dakin bel Secwepemc. And there he said, I am mouse, I do not have a song. Astalwe jutis when Jethro Wagner, Dakin bel Secwepemc. Oh, everyone danced. Dikwamdus from Secwepemc, Dakin bel Secwepemc, when Jethro Wagner. Always he sang, I do not have a song, I am mouse. Dikwamdus from Secwepemc, Dakin bel Secwepemc, when Jethro Wagner. Oh, san Qelmucw, when san Qukbis was nichum, jut Wagner. Grizzly bear, head of the dance, said mouse. Qelmucw was san Qukbis was nichum, jut Wagner. Thank you for your singing. You are a really good singer. Gokstamas des Qelmucw, dem Gachdes Wagner de Yach de Suba. Grizzly bear thanked him, giving mouse his long tail. Gokstamas was Qelmucw, dem Gachdes Wagner de Yach de Suba. Myaus pien rasupas echte yachtes. And to this day, his tail is always long. Myaus pien rasupas echte yachtes. Gwakna mjut, and anensis mek'anuchwanjen. Mouse said, later I will help you. Gwakna mjut, and anensis mek'anuchwanjen. You mesh wachium de Qelmucw besman means as ch'kanuchs. Even big people need help sometimes. You mesh wachium de Qelmucw besman means as ch'kanuchs. Yach mesh mekanam kwestes ch'kanuch jamchwes jut was Qelmucw. But what would happen for you to be helping me, said Grizzly. Yachmel mekanam kwestes nuchwan ch'wes hola Jutwas Qelmucw. Qelmucw, you're too small. Qelmucw. Da-da. Yaritwa temesmeschen and means was Qelmucw to eat. Then the animals found grizzly bears sleeping. Yaritwa temesmeschen and means was Qelmucw to eat. Uh-oh. Ja meantment mes des dictal dolls riskeki. And they tied him up with spider's webbing. Ja meantment mes des dictal dolls riskeki. Anna. Wagner Qelmucw was Qelmucw de ducks let's sweats Qelmucw as Jachendes. Mouse knew that grizzly bear was in trouble and went to look. Wagner Qelmucw was Qelmucw de ducks let's sweats Qelmucw as Jachendes. Oh, that's a mouse on a mission. Oh, Wagner ben means was Qelmucw de chiam. Mouse found grizzly bear tied up. Wagner ben means was Qelmucw de chiam. Let's forget. There we go. Oh, ganam jutwa Wagner. Juchen de Qelmucw. What's the matter, said Mouse. I thought you were big and strong. Ganam jutwa Wagner. Juchen de Qelmucw. Ganam es das as Helen wench as Hlekendech. Why weren't you able to break it? Ganam es das as Helen wench as Hlekendech. Anna, Jutwas Qelmucw, Dakin Beskeknam, Naalia met wa Achwen well met Gojechkin. Grizzly Bear said, "There's nothing I can do. Here I will be until I die." A little dramatic, but that's okay. Jutwas Qelmucw, Dakin Beskeknam, Naalia met wa Achwen well met Gojechkin. Mjutwa Wagner, Jejit et Spetchen. Mouse said, "Your bonds are short." Mjutwa Wagner, Jejit Spetchen. Oh, good Qelmucw. Your large size is nothing good. Good Qelmucw. Was Qelmucw and Gumchinatium. Grizzly Bear begged. Was Qelmucw and Gumchinatium. Oh, Choy met Ganun Khunchen, Mjutwa Wagner. Well, I will help you, said Mouse. Choy met Ganun Khunchen. Qelmucw. Das was Qelmucw. That was a hard one. Then he gnawed the bindings and he broke Grizzly free. Qelmucw. Das was Qelmucw. Oh, he was free and stood up. Jutwas Qelmucw, Guxjacham, da usk when a wait na Elius gam wa achwen wellam Gojachkin. Grizzly Bear said, "Thank you. If it had not been for you, here I would have died." Jutwas Qelmucw, Guxjacham, da usk when a wait na Elius gam wa achwen wellam Gojachkin. Qamdus pien metstem temepkt. From now on, we will always be friends. Qamdus pien metstem temepkt. From, oh yeah. Boop. and they traveled together because they were friends. NStQ. I know that was a long one. La'ui. Well, I want to thank you all for listening to my stories. I really enjoyed coming up here. It was a little terrifying with all the eyeballs, but I think it was pretty fun. I had a lot of fun sharing the stories with you guys, and I hope you guys take some home and share them with your friends and family, tiny humans, big humans, everyone, because like everyone deserves to hear these stories. So yeah, gukstjatjelp and safe travels home. NStQ, met Wiktelman.
Our thanks to the Secwepemc Storyteller for the NStQ Citizens Assembly 2023, Danikka Murphy. We've worked our way through 3 of our 4 treaty champions, and next we move on to Hatsuth First Nation. Please welcome our treaty champion, Gord Keener. That has led the nation of Hatsuth forward through the years is a well-worn testament to the individuals that have put everything they can into signing an agreement. Along with the leadership over the decades, there is a long list of community members at Soda Creek and Deep Creek that have sacrificed to see the treaty process continue. Among these people is Gord Keener. Closely tied to the land, Gord lives on the ranch he grew up on. He joined the military as a young man in 1982, serving with the UN Peacekeeping Force in Cyprus in 1988. After leaving the Canadian Armed Forces, Gord returned to Hatsuth in 1997 and began working at the Heritage Village, which led to a traditional youth study and eventually to the Treaty Department at the Northern Secwepemc Tribal Council. Starting as a self-government coordinator, Gord has progressed to the position of Nations Treaty Manager. With a keen eye for the land, Gord brings his experience with land-related issues, including conservation and sustainable practice, to the treaty process. Gord is also recognized as the treaty process documents archivist with an uncanny talent for remembering the content and location of any of the thousands of documents that have been generated through the decades-long process. Would you please welcome the Treaty Manager for Hatsuth First Nation. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for NStQ Treaty Champion, Gordon Keener.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you all know, I'm Gord Keener. My mom is Verna Rose Keener, or Bonnie. My dad was George Keener. My mom's grandmother, or mom was Rose Thomas, and father Dick Thomas. And on my dad's side, it was Ida Lee, Nee Hamilton, and Hugh Lee. So, going forward, I did not know about the treaty process or anything like that. I was working in Vancouver doing demolition, hazardous waste training and stuff. And around, I think, probably 95, 96, a person named Mary Chapman reached out and got a hold of me and said, we're doing this treaty process. Do you want the information for this? And so I said, sure, I don't know what this is, but I'll take the information, look at it. And that's kind of where it perked my interest. Then moving back here in 97, after my mother passed away, I started working at the heritage site at Soda Creek as an interpreter and guide sort of thing, under the guidance of Ralph and my dad and others. And moved on from there. Then I kept on getting interested with the treaties, attending treaty meetings and stuff. Then I also started doing TOS research for the Forest Renewal 2000, or whatever it was at the time it was called, and interviewing elders and community members on their areas of hunting, historical sites, the whole gambit. And that just kept on dragging me further in and further in. In 1999, I took a major step because I had just some mapping background from the military. And I started working for the Tribal Council for Resource Inventory Management Systems, or we called it RIMS at the time. And that was under the guidance of Dave Miranda, who helped get that started. Moving from there, I worked there for 3 years. Then I actually went back to the coast for almost a year, working back at what I was doing, hazardous waste and demolition. Then in 2001, or no, 2002, I took a job with SXFN, or Dog Creek Canoe Creek at the time, as their self-government coordinator, because the self-government coordinator at that time became chief, and that was Hank. So I worked there for a year and moved to taking a job as self-government coordinator at Hasuth in 2003, working with Cliff Thorstenson as the treaty manager, and moving forward from there. And we had consulted and worked with the community, trying to make sure that they were on board of every topic or every chapter that we did. And just kept on going and going. And it seems like a blink or a drop in the pan, but after, 17 years, we actually got to the AIP, went around the household door, home to home, onto the island. Wherever we had members, we tried to reach out and talk to them, engage them. And at Hasuth, we engaged with family meetings, with the family groups and stuff. And at the end of the day, they voted with knowledge and not fear, because we tried to ensure that they were all informed on the process and what was in those chapters. And then we had a bit of a lag. And that's when we started looking at incremental treaty lands. So each of the 4 communities identified lands that they would own outright in fee simple, and would become treaty simple lands at the end of the day. So with or without a treaty, we would still own those lands. And Hasuth, we identified Blue Lake and Whiskey Creek as the first 2 parcels. 35 hectares at Whiskey Creek, 90 hectares at Blue Lake. We were the first ones to receive incremental treaty settlement land at Soda Creek. That was Blue Lake, the 90 hectares. And currently at Whiskey Creek, or the Gardens, we just have one issue to overcome, and then we will start doing the transfer of that property. So there's one issue just holding that up. And also during that time, we, with the collaboration of the province, we started looking at ranches. So Hasuth, we identified the ranch as Carpenter Mountain Ranch, owned by Roger Patternod. And that was a 4-year process of negotiations back and forth. Now we have the range, the ranch, the equipment, and 550 head of cattle, and over 20 head of bulls, which is a major thing. So it's a major economic producer, but it's not only for the economics, it's for the other things. The range for future use and everything else. Developing the ranch when it becomes fully our ranch, for maybe having abattoirs and other commercial things dealing with agriculture. Because if you've read in my little brief there, I was, and still on occasion, work with the Industrial Agricultural Sustainability Board for TRU. So, and I'm also ranching my own property. So, the other things that we want to look at, and it has been touched on quite a bit today, is the youth. This treaty is not my treaty, or it's everybody's treaty, and the youth that are running around right now, some of them may be of age when we get to the voting time. Like, I mean, we're looking at a voting age of 16 for the finalization of the agreement. So if you're 12 years old, 4 years down the road, or 3 years down the road, you may be eligible to vote. So we have to ensure that all those youth are brought along too. And it goes back to something else that was brought up earlier, was they were talking about the Iroquois Confederacy and stuff. Well, there, if you read some of the information or the history around that, Peacemaker, the ones that helped, the leader that brought everybody together, planted a tree. And if you look and research it, the tree is the Great Peace Tree. And when he planted it, he was saying that the tree and stuff represents 7 generations into the future. So we always hear that. And it's so that we look into the future, 7 generations, ensuring that we're looking out for our family. So every generation that comes up next, 7 generations beyond them. So 3 generations out, 7 generations beyond them. So it's this continuum. And so that's one of the things about, when we talk about culture and stuff, looking and saying, okay, and the resources, like, I mean, they call it cumulative effects. Okay, so the compounding of, let's say, mining, logging, ranching, whatever it is on the territory is called a cumulative effect. So it compounds the damage or stuff to the land. So we have to look at that as a whole, not just, oh, this is logging, oh, this is just mining. We've got to look at it as a whole impact on the land. So those are the things that we take very seriously when we're looking at the treaty, the shared decision making, or the YA agreement going forward. The other one is the relationship with our neighbors. And when not just our neighbors that we live next to, but for us in the treaty, in the governance world, is the regional governments. Let's say the district of 100 Mile that presented this morning, the regional district, City of Williams Lake, as our governing neighbors. How we were going to work with them. I have been working with the regional district for over the last two months since things are loosened on COVID, starting to work with the regional district, trying to set up working groups so we can get these agreements in place, solid waste management, 911 services, fire protection, all the things that we, recreation center where we're in right now is all controlled by the regional district to some aspect. So we have to look at how we're going to have that relationship. The other thing working with the local government that we have to deal with is the regional hospital district. As part of this agreement, we will have a seat on that regional hospital district board. So we have to understand how that works and how we provide input into that board. These are things that are coming down the pipe. The other thing that's coming down that we have to work on is called implementation. So we have to look at what things are going to get implemented and stuff. So we have to set up what they call an implementation working group so we can see what we need, what capacities we need, all that sort of stuff. Start looking at the costs and things, because then we go into another part of the treaty agreement. It's called fiscal relations. How are we going to pay for this? So that's another whole subject things. And I'm not an expert on fiscal relations or fiscal finance and none of that. These are where we have to bring in specialty people. So in closing, we need to engage with you, as we said earlier this morning in our little panel, more often than not. We have to bring you along with us and keep you informed, seek your direction on how we move forward. Without your direction, creates fear. And fear, if you work with that, means that it's possible that you say, no, I don't understand this treaty, so I'm going to vote no. But if you have all the information, then you can make that informed decision on how we move forward. And the last thing we talk about this is when we talk about a nationhood, there's a person called Barrington. And his theory of nationhood is a common language, common culture and beliefs, common boundaries. Those are things that form a nation, and those are things that you can protect. You can identify and protect it. So that's one thing that we have done as the NStQ. We've identified our traditional territory within the larger Secwepemc nation. We're still part of the Secwepemc nation, but we are actually a territory within it. So thank you very much, and hopefully I didn't bore you too much. So thanks. Have a good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, NStQ Treaty Champion Gordon Keener. Thank you, Gord. Our final presentation of this afternoon is the NStQ Youth Panel. We'd like to call to the stage our youth panel participants and our facilitators, Sabrina Jeff and Blanche Pilkington.
I would like to get my elders up to the front. There's 5 chairs there for you, and the gentleman will be putting a microphone out for you. It was brought to my attention that I didn't do an introduction this morning. Sabrina Jeff. I am from Tsai-Dal-Del. My mom is Nita Grass, and my dad is Isidore Kalelis from Secwepemc. I was born and raised in Williams Lake, and I've been working for the Tribal Council for the last 4 years, and I absolutely love it. We're going to introduce our panelists as they come up. As you all met the elders this morning, they're down on the floor. Today, we're switching it up. We're going to start with our host nation youth, Sadra Archie. We'd like to welcome her to stage. Sadra belongs to SXFN, as well as her mother is Carol Archie, and her grandparents are Eric and Sandra Archie. Sadra is currently attending UBC studying psychology, and she enjoys beading, photography, and hiking. Her elder is Agnes Jack. Please give her a round of applause. Our next youth is Alexis Archie. She is from the Canham Lake First Nation. Her mother is Gabrielle Archie, and her grandparents are Annette Christopher and Lyle John Archie. Alexis enjoys sports, reading, gaming, traveling. Alexis will be attending the North American Indigenous Games for 3 track events this year. Her elder is Roy Christopher. Please give her a round of applause.
Our next youth is Roxanne Pop. She belongs to the Hatzel First Nation, and her mother is Joanne Phillips, and her grandparents are Minnie and Ralph Phillips. Roxanne is currently working with her First Nation at the hydroponic farm. She held roles as a tour guide and supervisor at the Hatzel Heritage Site, and as a laborer with Gibraltar Mines reclaiming mining sites. Please welcome Roxanne. Our last youth is Kian Philbrook. He is also from the Williams Lake First Nation. His mother is Shauna Robbins, and his father is Wilfred Robbins Jr. from Alkali Lake. His biological father is Anthony Sellers from Hatzel First Nation. Fun fact, Kian's great-great-grandmother is Clotilde Thomas, a descendant of Chief William. Kian enjoys hunting, fishing, culture, language, family time, and playing video games. His elder is Mary Alphonse, and sorry, I didn't mention Roxanne's elders, Shirley Bowie and Ralph Phillips. Thanks, please welcome them.
We seem to be missing an elder. Ralph Phillips, can you please make your way to the front? Ralph Phillips, there's a chair up here for you at the front. If we don't have you, it's not a big deal. We have another elder. Oh, there he is. He wouldn't miss this. I'm sure he's got a good question. Okay. No, he's down there. Yep, just show him where he needs to go. All right, so this year's panel is a little bit different. This year we're calling it Panel Interruptus. The youth will be lost on the land and they will be asked how to survive with a bag of chips, a 1-liter bottle of water, a knife, a survival bracelet, a backpack, a lighter, and a hoodie. They will need to survive 72 hours until help arrives with 3% power and 1 bar left on their phone. The youth will be sending a message for rescue. You are lost near Black Dome and your goal is to reach the campsite below to meet your rescuers. What kind of things have you learned from your family and what would sustain you for 3 days on the land? And how will you find shelter, warmth, food, and security? The elders will be changing the theme throughout the panel. So whenever an elder stands up, we'll ask that the panel stop the discussion so that the elders can ask the questions. Hello, who would like to start? How about we just start with who on the panel is familiar with Black Dome and can you describe the territory for us? Just share your experiences about Black Dome with us, and we'll get started.
Okay, perfect. Can everybody hear me? Perfect. Okay, awesome. Just making sure I'm holding the mic properly. Growing up on Secwepemcstin, I spent a lot of time with my Ke'a and Ba'a, Eric and Sandra Archie, and we would do, I guess, water testing of the different waters. So there's different lakes and streams on Black Dome, and we would spend a lot of time, mostly in the summertime, just testing these waters, looking at different areas, the different terrain that they have. The terrain ranges from really rocky to grassy. There's a lot of dry trees. There's fallen trees from logging. It can get really windy up there as well. The overall experience is beautiful. When you're at the top of the mountain, you can see Canoe Creek and Dog Creek. It's a beautiful sight, and you can look out for many, many kilometers. And yeah,
So who sent the text message to get help? And who did you guys text? One of you must have sent a text message for help. Sadra, you're free to, do you have a microphone over there? I heard it was Kian. Who did you text?
Hello. Is it on? Yeah. If I had to text anyone, I don't know.
You don't have anybody that would come and rescue you off a mountain if you got stuck?
Probably my parents. I don't know. Text a grandma, maybe?
You text your grandma. So Kian's grandma's on her way. And you guys have 72 hours to get to the base of the mountain. Please describe to me how you plan on surviving. We'll start on that end. Kian, you can go ahead and tell us how you plan on surviving on the mountain, and we'll go down the line.
I plan on surviving off of probably...
Kian, you're on top of the mountain, so you've sent your text message and rescue, it's on its way. And again, try to hold your mic up so that they can hear you clearly down there.
Okay. So you'd have to start descending from the top of the mountain and try and find shelter and probably a safe place to drink water from. So I'd probably try and find a place that's like very dry so you could seek shelter there, and I don't know.
Hi, I'm Roxanne. I would say that the first thing that I would do would try and find a pure source of water, and then start trying to figure out how to make a sensible shelter that would work well in this terrain, which would most likely be the best route to dig down a little bit, try and get out of the colder elements, and then trying to build some sort of shelter over. Preferably already have kind of a mountain wall behind you or something like that. And then start looking for food sources. So any sort of berries, start trying to figure out if you can find a way to get fish or something like that. And yeah.
Thank you. And Alexis, how do you intend on getting off the mountain?
I would get everyone to get a designated task for us to ration out everything and plan instead of going right at it, so we have a plan and know what we're doing as a team.
And Sadra, do you have any plans on how you intend on getting off the mountain?
The first thing I would do after sending the text would be to follow the road down from the top of the mountain to get to either the maintenance shed or the trailer, and using either the maintenance shed or the trailer, taking either sticks or slats to dig a hole and adjust them onto the side of the mountain to protect us from the wind. And I'd want to find either moss or juniper boughs to help insulate it to protect us from the colder temperatures and to ensure that we're staying warm. I'd want to find a shelter before looking for plants. That way we know we have a place to come back to. And next, I would want to find a clean water source and look for berries or any sort of protein like a squirrel, or if we can catch a fish, something that will help us for the next couple of hours.
That's exciting. Do any of the elders have any questions or any input to this adventure down the mountain? Go ahead, Mary. There's a microphone right in front of you there. I don't know if we can hear you. Hang on.
Hello? I was going to talk to Keith when he first started. You talked about finding source of water. And I was going to tell him most water is not healthy. So you have to find a way to make it healthy. You can't just up and drink water anywhere you go, because it has bacteria and a lot of stuff like that. And what else I was going to say? Yeah, you need water first of all, and then from there, you're trying to look for Sabra. Is it Sabra your name?
Sadra.
You're looking for a shelter and everything like that. And you would have to find out about water too first to see if there's any safe water there. And these other people don't know anything about how to come from Black Dome, is it? They have to all... if they're with you, would you be able to, would you take them with you because you know the place a little bit more? Because they don't seem to know anything about it. I don't know anything about it. But first thing, they talk about water. You have to find how to sterilize your water so you won't get sick.
Cook's Jam. So, with that being said, Mary has brought up the fact that water is contaminated. I want all of you to tell me how you intend on filtering your water and drinking it safely and getting off the mountain. We'll start with Kian. How do you intend on filtering your water to make sure that it's clean?
I don't actually know how to make a filter in the wild, so I'd have to learn how to do that. Then I think I should be good on the water, and for shelter, probably just grab a bunch of sticks and leaves, try and find a safe place. That's basically it.
Do you know any way of filtering water?
I do not know a great way to filter water. Other than boiling it, which with the things that we have with us, we wouldn't really have a great way to boil water. But from talking with Cedra, there's apparently a good creek that we would be able to take water from and use, so.
There is no longer no safe creek. Mary has changed that element on you. All of your water is contaminated, unfortunately. Alexis, do you have any ways of filtering water?
All I know is just boiling it. We could like use the chip bag or something to hold it in.
They were worried about being stumped. We haven't even got through our first question. Cedra, do you know any methods of filtering water?
One way that I would filter water is either using old man's beard, or some people call it witch's hair, putting that into the water, letting it soak up, and this will create glucose. So it'll kind of eliminate some of the bacteria that is in the water, and instead of drinking the water, I would eat the old man's beard to get at least some, not only nutrients, but water, so I don't become dehydrated really fast.
That is amazing. Cedra is getting you guys clean water. Thank you, Cedra. Is there any other elders who would like to throw in a hiccup into this adventure down the mountain?
As you know, up in the mountains, it can rain or snow at any time. How would you deal with that?
So it is now snowing on the mountain. How do you guys intend on ensuring that you stay warm and get to a safe place where you are not cold or you have the ability to keep yourselves away from the elements? I'll start with you, Kian. It is snowing.
First thing I would do is try to make a fire, which I would probably use the lighter and probably put on the hoodie, grab the lighter, probably grab some moss, put it into a circle, put some sticks on there, use the lighter, light it, put my back towards the fire, and try and stay warm that way, I guess.
Uh-oh.
How about if you didn't have a lighter? How would you make a fire?
I don't have an answer to that.
Well, you have other teammates, so you're lucky. So we've discovered that it's wintertime and your lighter has now died. How do you intend on making a fire to keep warm?
Apparently there's white rocks up at Black Dome, and so you could either clap the white rocks together by themselves, or you could scrape the knife on the rock and then start trying to make sparks from that. And I would actually use the witch's hair or the old man's beard, since that is a little bit more flammable, and then hope to make a fire with that.
So, do you have any tips on how to get a fire going without any lighter or matches, Alexis?
We could try use Roxanne's glasses to get shine the sun off of the glasses onto our fire with like moss, and like even use some of the chips because they're very flammable.
That's a good one. Cedra, do you have any tips?
What I would do is I would check in the trailer to see if there's any leftover dry sticks, seeing as it is snowing, and we may not have any dry wood. So finding dry wood and scraping it together, or using the knife and creating a spark off of rock and using witch's hair or old man's beard, and if that wasn't dry, using the chips or even a part of the sweater to help create that flame. And for us to stay warm, I would try and find lava rocks to heat the lava rocks, and as they're heating, I would want to dig a hole, put the lava rocks into that, cover it with dirt and either juniper boughs or any boughs or moss to keep ourselves warm as lava rocks stay warm for a really long time, but also just allow us to have like a warm place and to ensure that we're not getting burned up by covering the rocks with the dirt.
Perfect. So you guys have managed water. Oh, Shirley has a question. Water and fire solutions, unless Shirley has something she's going to throw in there.
Now that you got it all nice and warm up there with your fire, what happens when the weather turns? It's 30 degrees out, hole in your water bottle. You don't need a fire anymore. And why are you guys not walking off the mountain?
I was wondering when that was going to be brought up. We haven't left the mountain yet. We've only gotten water and fire figured out. She wants to know if it's 30 degrees, what are your options? So now the temperature is the complete opposite, and it is extremely hot on top of the mountain, and you need water right away because you only have one bottle between the four of you. So what is the mission now, and how quickly can you get to water? Kian, how do you intend to get your teammates to water quickly with 30, we'll say 37 degree temperatures? It's hot.
I don't know. I would probably try and go on top of a mountain, like look over, try and see if I can find water and start heading that way, I guess. That's the only thing I can think of.
Roxanne, do you have any ideas? It is now 30 degrees, 37 degrees, and now you need to get off the mountain a lot quicker. You've already drank in your 1 liter bottle of water that the four of you brought.
Just like he said, like try and find your nearest water source, and then along the way trying to find something that will be able to filter that water and figuring out how to kind of work around that.
Do you have any suggestions?
We can map out where we're going for the water. We can use the backpack and the hoodie to kind of like hide our face from the sun directly getting at us, and also like the sides of the mountains and stuff.
For us to get water and to cool down, I would want to follow the road down to where the mines start, and where the mines start there is a gate, but in these gates there's ice that's melting, which drips water, and as we're walking down we could collect witch's hair, old man's beard, and when we're down there we can start filling the water and having the witch's beard, old man's beard or witch's hair in the bottle and slowly create water, and as we're in this kind of cavern area we'd be able to cool down and shade ourselves, so we're starting to make our way down the mountain but we're also cooling down.
Amazing. So I'm going to throw a hiccup in all of this. You guys have just gotten halfway down the mountain, you've got water, you've got shelter, and you just realized that your cell phone did not send the message to your rescuer, and now you have to survive 5 days on the mountain instead of 3. Do you feel panicked? Do you feel like there's some panic going on here? 5 days. 3 days is the maximum amount you can survive without water and food. And now you have, before you start kind of going loopy and getting stressed out. So how do you intend on now getting 5 days worth of supplies and food to last you. And the elders, you're more than welcome to weigh in and give them tips if you would like. If they're not sure and they seem stumped, please help them out. They're trying to get back to you guys.
I would probably be really panicked. Something I would try to do is use the knife, find a big stick, maybe make a little makeshift spear, find a water source and see if there's anything to catch. That's basically it, but I'd probably be really panicked for 5 days.
I know 3 is a little long, and now it's 5. Sorry, Ken. I'm sorry.
I was just going to mention, sometimes when we starve ourselves for a few days, we can think a lot clearer. So if you don't find any food or anything, you should be able to use your mind to figure out what next to do, because your mind gets very clear when there's no food in your system. Same way as when you go up in a mountain and you go for sweat, and you don't drink water or eat anything for 4 days and 4 nights, your brain is very, very clear, and you can think what you want to do. That would be a good idea.
Thank you, Mary.
So I think a nice idea, hypothetically, if people are starting to get kind of nervous, they're starting to kind of start panicking, a good idea is to try and find some sort of tea. And so I think like yarrow, finding yarrow around, start trying to ground that up, maybe put it in one of the bags, like, because we have the chip bags, take the chips out, use the bag, put it with some water, start trying to heat that up without burning the bag. Just kind of trying to calm people down and bring them back to a level head, and then start trying to make an actual idea with all of us, use our heads together and figure out what the next few days are going to look like.
Alexis, how would you react if you found out that your cell phone did not send the message and you are now stuck there for 5 days?
I think I'd just try to keep calm and make sure the communication is good with everyone, so we're not all freaking out and we have a good plan on what to do next. Make sure everyone's contributing equally, so it's not all on one person. It makes us all relax together.
Going off of Alexis and Roxanne's idea, just keeping calm, making a tea would definitely really help to uplift our dopamine levels so we're not getting overly scared or nervous at first. And once we've all calmed down, creating a plan to start moving down the mountain. And to move down the mountain, I'd want to follow on the road, but kind of off the road, because there's a lot of trees, and if it's still the summer weather, we'll be able to shade ourselves and look for either squirrel or different plants, just something to help us get in any nutrients that we can, but also help us gather if we're going to be there for 5 days instead of 3.
I have a hiccup now. One of your teammates just broke their leg. What's going to happen now, 2 days in?
If one of our teammates broke their leg, I would get two really sturdy sticks and take the string off of the sweater and tie the sticks on the side of the leg to help stabilize it, and trying to find sticks to help them move, or creating something that we can pull them on, even if it's just a few sticks, helping them move, and using the main road as it is a bit slicker, making it easier to pull the teammate with the broken leg down.
So the youth are 2 days in. They've secured water, they've secured food, they've secured shelter, and now they have a teammate who has a broken leg. Do any of the elders have any input as to how they're going to get down the next 3 days? Or is there anybody that has any more hiccups for these youth? Go ahead, Shirley.
How are you guys gonna outrun that bear?
Can any
With
of you
one
outrun a
person and
bear?
a broken leg. And you're still not off the mountain?
You've just ran into your first bear and you have a friend with a broken leg. She asked, how fast can you all run? How do you intend on surviving the bear? Kian, you're up.
What type of bear is it?
Shirley, what type of bear have they ran into? They've ran across a black bear.
How old is the bear?
How old is the bear, Shirley?
You ran into the bear. It's a bear. Can't you tell how old he is?
It matters. How old is
he's
the bear?
an older bear. Let's say he's about 5 years old.
How hungry is the bear?
The bear is very hungry because you've been eating his berries.
You're up, Kian.
The number one thing to do is probably act big and like try and get it away from you. Act big and like scare it away. Hopefully its mother isn't anywhere nearby.
Oh, we have another.
I was just going to back you up for a bit here. One of you broke a leg. I think it would be a good idea if you just get together and see who has the most knowledge of first aid, and use that person as a leader to help you stable a leg so you can travel. It's an idea.
Thank you. So you've come across a bear. You're up. Yep. 5-year-old hungry bear.
So from what I know about black bears, working at the heritage site, we've come across a lot of the bears. None of them really that hungry, so. But yeah, like he said, make yourself look as big as possible. Usually these bears don't like large groups, and there's 4 of us, so it's considered a decent sized group. Probably won't want to take us on, I would assume. Just from coming across them, they're quite skittish bears. Usually they'll run away as long as you make enough noise, if you make yourself look big enough. Especially if it's hungry, a lot of the time they don't want to use their energy if it's not going to get them a successful meal, which 3 of us are well, and from all the bear knows, we're capable people, so most likely bear's gonna run away.
What about you?
I think I don't have too much to add. She's pretty right about that. The bear is outnumbered. I feel like as long as we stick together and we're acting like we feel more dominant against it, then we'll be good.
Adding on to what everybody else said, making ourselves look really big, also being really loud, but one thing, keeping our energy in check, because like people, animals can read energy, and if we feel too nervous or anxious or come across as really angry, the bear might pick up on that energy and feel the need to attack us, because that's when we're at our low point. So making sure that the group stays calm, making sure there's somebody, the person with the most first aid at the person with the broken leg, and ensuring that we're making as much noise as we can, but not coming across as angry or nervous to the bear, so it doesn't sense that we're unsure in any way.
Woo, you guys have survived the bear. So, Kian, your leg is broken.
Your leg's
And I've chosen you because you're on that end. The 3 of you need to get Kian off on the mountain. It is morning of day 3. Please explain to us how you plan on getting Kian off the mountain. He's grumpy, by the way. Go ahead, Roxanne.
So I would say, depending on how big you can make your backpack straps, having the backpack kind of like over both like his shoulders and like being able to kind of put your arm behind and like, you know, being able to kind of use the backpack to also support that. I believe that would make it a lot easier. He doesn't seem that big, so I feel like we could manage that, especially between the three of us taking shifts, trying to get him to move easily enough. And yeah, if we already have his legs supported, like Sadra said, I don't see that being a big problem.
You elders, anytime you want to weigh in, you can just stand up and we'll acknowledge you. Alexis, how do you intend on getting Kian off the mountain?
I think Roxanne has the right idea. We can also like use the hoodie and tie that for more support, and also taking turns so not one of us is completely exhausted while we're trying to keep moving.
Going off of what Roxanne and Alexis said, using the sweater for more support and the backpack, but if there was a chance that the backpack didn't work, finding a piece of wood or even a sheet metal that can support Kian, and having the backpack strapped onto Kian and somebody pulling it and continuing to take shifts, but that would make it easier to slide across because maybe we don't have enough energy, and carrying Kian up would bring our energy down, and if we have 2 more days to survive, it might be a little bit easier if we can find something to pull as well.
Do any of you elders have a hiccup for these guys? They're on day 3. They've got water, they've got shelter, they've survived a bear, and they've managed to get Kian almost halfway down the mountain. Is there anything that you guys would like to add to this adventure? Go ahead. Are you offering that as a suggestion? Is that mic able to come off so that we can use it? Does somebody know? We can't hear you, Mary. We're just wondering if that mic can come down for you. He's coming.
Oh, yeah, okay. You didn't hear me? Oh, I was thinking if they put their minds together, there's a lot of dry willows and dry sticks out there laying all over the ground. They can use that. Because when you use dry stuff, it doesn't sway, you know, as it stays straight. If they had to make a pack to drag Keith, what's in it? To be able to drag them under, maybe then you can use your backpack to kind of lay them under and then drag them with something, some of those dry willows or sticks. There's lots around there, just a suggestion.
Is there anybody else that would like to contribute to this adventure? How about our men?
Okay, you've got so far and you're doing okay, but you come across a creek that's about 6 feet deep and about 20 feet wide. What would you do?
You've come across a source of water that is 6 feet wide and 20 feet deep. How do you intend on crossing it and getting Kian across? Kian, you can start. Do you have a plan for that?
6 feet deep and 20
6 feet deep, not 20 feet deep. Don't forget, you're the one with the broken leg.
I'd probably try and find something that can float and probably use that to try and cross it, like swim across the little lake or creek. But yeah, just use something that can float. That's basically it.
Don't forget you have a broken foot.
Yeah.
She said, don't forget you have a broken leg. And they're still not down the mountain. Roxanne?
Can we all swim, like, or is it?
You're together on the mountain. You're a team coming down the mountain.
Yeah, but they can swim too?
Everybody can swim. I hope
Okay.
everyone can swim. Can you all swim? They can all swim.
Okay, then yeah, just find something to float him and we're good.
I am disappointed in that elder. Make it more difficult. All right, so we've woken up on day 4. We've crossed a creek. And we have discovered that Kian has a fever and possibly an infection. Is there any traditional knowledge or practice that you know that you can deal with this infection safely and help get your fever down?
I don't know, but yeah, I don't know.
Your
of
life
any,
depends on it.
I don't know of any traditional plants that can do that.
Roxanne, do you have any traditional knowledge to deal with an infection and fever that could save your teammate?
Hello?
We're having another mic issue.
Oh.
It's still on.
Hello? Oh, okay, now it works. So I would say Supalali first, start cleansing out his system, trying to get rid of it from his system. And then I would say alder bark to put like a square of that over whichever wound looks like it has an infection that's noticeable. Put that over so that it starts trying to pull out the infection and hope that that does something. I don't know.
Do you have any suggestions?
The only thing I'd add on is making sure that they're hydrated, giving them as much water as they need, and cleaning it.
For the infection, I'd find dandelions and crush them up to put into the infection if it was noticeable. If not, going off of what Roxanne said and using chusham, and to bring the fever down, I would want to soak balsam bark in water to help bring down Kian's fever.
You guys are amazing. So Kian is going to survive after all. Is there any other elders who would like to throw a hiccup into this adventure? Oh, we have a random elder. Even better. Please go ahead. There's a microphone over there.
I'm Vianne Sandy from Sugar Cane, and it's awesome work everyone's doing. Gookjam, Hohoida, Das Elkst. Qelmucw, have you heard of that? Anybody hear of Qelmucw? It's a frog leaf? No? Well, it's Qelmucw is a plant that grows close to the ground. It has a seed that comes up sometime, strand up like that, and you find it close to water. And I don't know how to explain, but it grows like leaves, and they call it frog leaf. That's another name for it. And even if you have what do you call it, gangrene? Right, you're talking about infection, eh?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So what the old people did, they even take it and chew it and put it on the infection, or you can boil it and wash the infection with the tea and your cloth, and then you take the leaves out of it and you put it onto the infection. And then you wrap it, you can wrap it with that tea. And then, but you gotta leave it on there until because once you put it on there, then it's gonna start sucking the poison out. And So you got to leave it on there until that leaf dries. I don't know how it makes it with the cloth on, but that's cloth soaked in the tea. And then so when it dries, then you just keep putting it on like that. And it kills the infection. And like they said, gangrene. And I've seen it myself. And when you have I got cut with a barbed wire when we were planting potatoes when I was little. That's 70 years ago. They just grabbed that frog leaf from the ground and chewed it and stuck it on there and then wrapped it, and then it stopped bleeding and everything.
That's amazing, and that is very good to know for our youth panel. Thank you so much for coming up. Are there any other elders that would like to add? Oh.
Google it, she said.
They don't have Google. They're lost on the mountain. I wish they had Google. They wish they had Google. Are there any other elders on the panel in the front here who would like to weigh in? Oh, I have another elder. We're getting random elders. They are on day 4. They have made it down the mountain. They've survived an infection.
Dave Sampson. Would your youth know what happens if you start a fire and make lots of smoke in summertime? You know what happens then? The forestry will come with a helicopter. Yeah. That's all I got to say.
Thank you so much. That is pretty funny, actually. You guys could have survived one day. Do any of the other elders have any information that they would like to add, or another hiccup? They're on day 4 and we're about to get off the mountain. They've also suggested that pitch works for an infection as well. Yes, Agnes?
I have a suggestion. Once you've dealt with the infection and there's pitch on the trees that you can chew, fir trees. You chew the pitch and then I've heard people say they use the saliva to put on the infection to keep it from getting worse, and it also has a healing effect. Pitch is really powerful medicine.
Thank you. I have one quick question, Kian, and the rest of the panelists. We'll start on your end. What type of food did you eat while you were on this 5-day adventure?
Probably just wild blueberries, the chips, and if we had to, probably try and catch a fish and eat that. Probably about it.
I just want to ask you, how many of you know what a survival bracelet is? A survival bracelet has 5 meters of paracord. It has a fishing line, and it has fishing hooks. So I just thought I'd mention that as well while you guys are on. I heard the rope for this and the rope for that, and your survival bracelet actually has all of the things that you would need to survive on the mountain. Just a heads up. So what would you be eating?
Yeah, we'd probably just use the fishing line and the fishing bracelet. It would have been good to know that. It would have been good to know that. We didn't know that. But that's basically it then.
Thank you. Go ahead, Roxanne.
Did we get different supplies? Like,
It's on the list. It says survival bracelet.
I didn't see it. I don't know. So yeah, using the fishing line, catching some fish would be nice. Using like something to make a snare, or using the knife to like make a type of spear, that kind of thing, so that we could have actual proteins. And then just different berries from the area, different roots that we could get our hands on, and yeah.
Alexis, any food that you can think of that you would be able to use on the land that would help you survive? What would you be eating?
I think they covered it all, but yeah, for sure, look for berries and plants. And then for the biggest one would be fish.
Just going off of what Roxanne, Kian, and Alexis have said, the fish, different plants, and if we still happen to have Doritos, using the Doritos to get groundhogs out from in their hiding, and using a makeshift either a snare or something to poke them, so we can also get protein from that as well.
Awesome. This is awesome. Do any of you elders have anything before we close that you can throw at them before we end our presentation? I feel pretty confident that you guys raised some beautiful youth who would most definitely survive on the land if they had to get stuck up there. And I am very impressed with all of you. I didn't give the secret about the survival bracelet away because I thought maybe you guys all knew what a survival bracelet was. I would like you guys to all stand, and if we could get our youth panel a round of applause for surviving on Black Dome for 5 days. Qelmucw, thank you all so much for participating in our youth panel, and have a nice day. Thank you so much. Qelmucw.
Way
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the 2023 NStQ Citizens Assembly. Qelmucw, thank you for being here. There's a long list of people I'd like to thank as you're leaving. Let's start at the very top for me, and that would be Hank Adams Sr. He's my direct supervisor, so I better thank him first. And also, I'd like to thank the rest of the treaty team, Gord Keener, Elizabeth Pete, Chris Wycott, and Hank Adams Jr. And our chief negotiator, Kenneth Bateman. My staff, Blanche Pilkington, Sabrina Jeff, Valerie West, Rick Archie, and Mike Tarbadge. Special thanks to Danikka Murphy, our Secwepemc storyteller. Doesn't get better than that.